hi. Oh my. We have a day. So, um, yes, we're going to start with, so again, no ground lesson. We have a lot to chat about today. So, we're going to do our mock flight lesson. Mock flight check ride. And then we will do a hopefully not too extensive flight after that to go over all of the things. So, making sure I got the things ready. And then we need to do not that, kind of that, but also not quite. So, how's it going? How are you all? Where is this? There it is. Okay. Oops, nope. God dang it. And yes, apologies that I could not. I literally could not do it on Tuesday. So do the stream on Tuesday. So we're doing it today. Da, 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 da. Flight instructor practical test standards for airplane featuring the dice turtle of destiny. Wait, nope, not doing that. Hang on. Oh, and yes, and I'm still recovering from the past week. So week and a little bit more. So apologies in advance for that. So we are takeoffs, landings, and go arounds. 2 takeoffs, 2 landings. If we do any of them, we're going to do a go around. I have a story about that. So, takeoffs. Boom. 3. Normal, short field, soft field. Where is the... Oh, gosh, I forgot to put the... Hang on. Notepad. Where's the notepad? Oops, there it is. There it was. Oh, my gosh. Where are you? Okay. Eyes are bugging. Notepad. And there. And there. And then I'll do the checking thing. Soft field. Make sure it looks all right. I think it's still... Yes. It's still large from last time. The notepad. So, I can't see chat for a little bit, so apologies in advance for that as well. Boom! Number 1, normal and crosswind. /crosswind. Landings. Ba-boom-ba. A 6, which makes it a 3. So, normal, short and soft. Soft field. And boom, another 6, boom, number 2, so a short field landing. Oops. Fundamentals of flight, what do we have? And then again, potential go around. I won't put it on there, but yeah. Fundamentals of flight, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, 2, level turns. Sounds good. Performance maneuvers, steep turns or steep spirals. Bada boom. It's odd, so that is a steep turn. Oh, shoot. Ah. Gosh darn it. Chandelles are lazy 8s. It is odd, so it is a chandelle. Ground reference maneuvers. We have 8s on pylons in addition to number 4. Number 6. Oh, wait. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So a 4 would have been... Okay, we've done rectangular course the past 2 times. So 6 is turns around a point. You know what? That's perfect. We're going to do turns around a point. That's perfect. Oops. Slow flight, stalls, and spins. Woo! 1. Power on. Do I want to do power on? Yeah. We might as well. I have a story, well, a little mini story that goes with larger story on that. Demonstration 4. Cross-controlled elevators, secondary stalls, and accelerated maneuver stalls. Oh no, I haven't done that one in a while, so that's good. I should go get my folder. Oh, what up? What up? How's it going? Sorry, I can't see chat on my thing. Good to see you. How are things? But yes, I can see it on my laptop, so that's good. Basic instrument maneuvers. I am trying to be efficient today, but we'll see how that goes. Number 3, basic instrument maneuvers. 1, 2, 3, constant airspeed descents. Descents. And then emergency approach and landing. We'll just do the same thing that we did. 4, perfect. We're done. Yay. Let's get in the plane. Saving. Breaking in the new flight stick. Nice. How is it going? Do you love it? Clicking all the things. Getting all the things where they are supposed to be. Put that there. That should be good. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. All right. So while I guess the sim is coming up, I can start going over stories. So, boom. Overall, you're very impressed with the setup, which is good because it was hella expensive. That is incredibly good. That would have been not so good if spent all that and then it wasn't. But yes, so what have you all been doing with it? So first thing, I was asked if I wanted to go do another ferry flight. And so it was like, okay, yeah, I mean, yes. And it needed to be where it needed to be at a certain time. So it couldn't, like wait, but then there was weather. So we were kind of planning around that. And so we planned for it he had to get the plane ready was the first issue. So he thought he might be able to get it on one day where then I would have hopefully 2 days where there was potential weather in like the middle. So it was if I could get it done really efficiently, I could miss that, or I might get stuck for a day or two somewhere. But that was the plan, was this one day, and it was a big maybe. So evening, been a while since you've been busy with the life, but you got your commercial Monday. Yay! And go with your story. Congratulations, that is. That's so awesome. So yes, tell, hopefully. Oh gosh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't pick our freaking where are we going? All right. So again, we're going to do, hopefully, we're going to do our flight, and then we're going to do, what is it called? Hello. Thank you for the following, Island 420. I appreciate it. Happy to have you here. Welcome. Hope you're well. I apologize in advance for all the things. Like I said earlier, I'm still recovering from the week plus that I have had. So things might get a little funky. But we're going to have a good time. That looks frightening. Let's not do that one. So yeah, sorry if I didn't finish saying that. We're going to do our flight. And then we are going to do another little just kind of scenic bumbling around flight. What is this? Huh? What do you think? What's the weather? Colombia. Looks decent. Okay. Let's do it. What am I doing? Boop and I've already forgotten what it was. KCOU. Waking up to say cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Sorry. And so it begins. Oh, well, hello, person. It's a Viper Hota, so mostly Viper stuff. Okay, fair. That sounds fun. Well, yeah, I'm glad that it's been going well. Oh, and then I can put this in here for anyone who is interested. I'll do the pinnings. Yes, so it was planned for 1 day, or tentatively planned for 1 day. And the thing was I was gonna start doing more flying on my own, practicing on my own. So I had a couple of dates down, one of which, and like, so I was gonna miss some of those. So I was able to go to one. So I went and I flew, and now I'm trying to remember what happened. I practiced the stuff I needed work on, maneuver wise. I did a little bit of practice instruction, and then it wasn't terrible, so that's good. But I still, again, wanted more time. And then I landed, and then another story begins. But we're going to get in the plane and do the things. So I will come back to stories once we get through our MockISH Checkride. What am I doing? Track. Go like so. Go like so. Amazing. We are not where. Oops. Now I gotta put that down. Go like that. Boom. All right. Go. Oops. Wrong button. Resume. Beautiful. It is. It's going to be lovely. It appears. So nice. And then we'll go like that for now. Because I think we had a potential buddy on the runway. Okay, so turning off the night. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. All right. Seemed a little windy, I guess. However, so we get in the plane. Hopefully I pass the oral with flying colors. Haha, will never not be funny. For at least one of us. And y'all just have to suffer with it. So, checking the circuit breakers first. So, we check our hobs. Hello, by the way, Ducky. Took a picture of the hobs, and then we put on, that was the battery, right? Pitot, nav, don't have strobe, beacon, taxi, landing. Boom, boom, boom. Nav, that. Beacon is good. That is good. Landing light is good. Ah, shoot, you know. Boom. And, boom. And, oops, boom. And then boom. Control the space. And back in. And over here. Grasp the pitot tube, feel that heat, turn it off. Checks the fuel. All right, good. Looks marvelous. All right. So we, I am gonna just quick fill it up anyway. Noom. So first we do our liquids. So we check our fuel, drain a little bit of fuel from here. Check for color, for smell, for any sediment or any water. And then dump it on the ground and do it to the other wing. Then you can strain it, and then you physically check the level of the fuel in the tanks. And then we check our oil. Maintenance, 4.7 quarts. That is good. It is above 4.5, so we will be okay. All right. Oops. Okay. Thought I saw the battery switch pressed. Good. All right. So we did our liquids and our electricals. Now we check our vents there and there. Pitot tube, drain hole, fuel vent. Check the tire, see if there's any brake fluid leaking. Check the front leading edge of the wing. Then we give the wing a little boop boop to make sure it is nice and connected with the rest of our aircraft. Check our 4 bolts there on our aileron. 4 bolts there. Wiggle the rod a little bit. Then another 4. Then we check our flap connections. Boom. Wiggle the rod. Boom. And then we come this way. If we have a baggage door, we check that. Antennas. I was wondering what that was. That was strange. I thought that there was like a new contraption on top right there, but there was not. And then we check our elevator. Lift it, check the connections, rudder, move it, check the connections, lift it up a little bit. Yeah, trim tab, check that out. And then chicken, guinea pig student, you can do the other side of the aircraft. Haha, excellent. And then we come to the front here, and we, leading edge of the propeller, exhaust ports, make sure those are connected. Air intake, nose wheel, 4 fingers or a fist. And then take a look out here. Make sure she looks good. She does. Look at her. Beautiful. And then we check our checklist. Excellent. All right. Fuel is on. Trim for takeoff. Circuit breakers. But again, we will check visually. Amazing. No talking during takeoff and landing. Seatbelts on at all times. Exits out the doors to the left and right. For now, make sure they are shut and locked. And then if we lose power on the rollout, we'll stop on the runway. If it is after takeoff and below 1,000 feet, we'll land straight ahead. If it's above 1,000 feet, we'll consider making a turn back to the runway. Okay, so then we seat track back and lock chicken. Beacon goes on. Prime it. Mixture full rich. Throttle slight. Clear left. Clear right. Clear ahead. Clear back. Clear prop. Brakes. Whee! Nav lights, taxi. Flaps go up. Oops. Every friggin' time. Green, good. All right. Oh, Dice Turtle can go this way. Get my handy dandy Foreflight out. That's not what I'm looking for. There. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. All right. So let us... Oh, I guess we can do that. We're gonna lean this out a little bit. How does one set the parking brake on this? I forgot. Oh, wait, it's over here. Boom, nailed it. Okay. So... boom. And boom, boom. Boom. All right. So, KCOU. Well, first we'll look at our weather. Currently the 9th at 0254 Zulu. 210 9 knots. 10 statute miles clear, all the rest. We'll get to the METAR in the thing. So, 210. What is the most likely? Probably 20. That's perfect. So, well, all right. So we are here. What we are potentially likely going to be getting is Alpha 5 Alpha. Hopefully cross 1331 and hold short 20. Hotspot. I will read from the thing. Hotspot. The reason why that there is a hotspot, where are we? There we are. It is a confusing taxiway intersection, I guess. So, yeah, that's just all it says. That is all she wrote. We got some lasso procedures if we were going to come back in. Well, if we're coming back in for a landing and they request it, we would have this many feet versus that many feet. Let's actually see, because that one seems almost like it's in half. Other lasso. 2,714 feet for this one. Oh, I was gonna be so confused and upset, or I was confused and upset. I was reading this the wrong way. It said hold short point, and I was thinking it was the runway it was for. So I thought that they mixed up the runways, but yes, anyway. So instead of 7401 for this one, you have 6,050, and instead of 5,500 for this one, 2,714. So particularly that one, that's a lot less space to be landing in, so you got to be very careful. One of the things that my instructor talked about when I did the runway incursion lesson plan was for lassos, if they request you do it, just say no, because you can deny doing a lasso if you're uncomfortable, if you don't think your plane can handle it, or just generally for any reason. So it just makes it easier, because you might get flustered as things happen. So yeah, it might just be like the best idea to just not. So yeah, but that's that. That is what we're anticipating getting. Alpha 5 Alpha, hold short 20, crossing runway 1331. Boom. So then METAR. Let's. Remind me I have the parking brake on. KCOU. Oops. Oh, whoa. The 9th at 0254 Zulu does math. We're coming up. Oh, God, sorry. I think we're coming up on a new one. Hang on. Yeah, I think we're coming up on a new one. But for now, tis what tis. It looks like that's where we're going. 210 degree wind 210 degrees at 9 knots, 10 statute miles of visibility, clear skies, 12 degrees Celsius for our temperature, 2 degrees Celsius for our dew point. Altimeter 2977, remarks AO2, differentiates precipitation. Sea level pressure 1008.1 millibars. Temperature is 11.7 degrees Celsius. Dew point is 1.7 degrees Celsius. And this has something to do with pressure. Yeah, I think. 2977. Ooh. Does that jive? $8.89. It says. That looks about right, yes. Okay. We did the things. So. Airport diagram. There is no run-up area where we are going, so we are going to do our run-up here. Hey, I have my friggin' feet on! The brakes. Gosh darn it. I promise, this isn't always me. Okay, so we call up who we're talking to. Columbia Ground. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 at the GA ramp with Delta. Ready for taxi. And we'll go. Oh, sorry. We'll go out to the west, or should we just go straight out for now? We'll just go straight out for now. Departure to the southwest. All right, so now we'll actually say it properly. So Columbia Ground, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 at the GA ramp with Delta. Ready for taxi, VFR departure to the southwest. They would come back and they'd give us our thing. And it's going to be Alpha 5 Alpha, cross runway 1331, hold short 20. Oh God, I said we were going to do our run up here and then I have all of a sudden called. So hello. So I guess we're just going to do that then. Oh God. All right. Alpha 5. Alpha. Could also stay on the center line. Oh, and then we can talk about, so yes, maintaining our center line, putting the shaft, of our yoke on that center line. See, we got our blue lights, which means we are on the taxiway. Yellow paint also means taxiway. Got our hold short line here and our stop, look, and be aware of what you're doing. Do you have clearance to cross? We do, but we're going to visually confirm that we are actually clear, that nobody's coming in or taking off that ATC didn't know about. We got our signs, our red and white signs on the sides there as well. Our location, we're on Alpha Taxiway. as we pass on. Where's the rest of my taxiway? Go! No stopping on the runway. There's supposed to be more taxiway here. There's supposed to be more taxiway here. Oh no! Just keep maintaining that center line. Just make it up as we go along. Okay. Turns back in towards the runway. Taxi by aggress to the active, right? I don't understand. I guess we'll find out whether there's oh god, there's supposed to be runway here. There's no runway. Well, I guess we'll do our run up here, and then we will figure out what we're doing after that. Okay, so run up. Fuel is on. Trim for takeoff, flight controls. And we're gonna make a square, so we're gonna push our yoke in, turn it to the right. The aileron that our thumb is pointing to is the one that is up. That one is up. Bringing it back. Elevator is up and turn. That aileron is up. Push the yoke forward. Elevator is down and complete the square. Ow. Oh, I got the hiccups. Instruments. That is good. That is good. That is good. That is good. So airspeed is not indicating anything. Attitude is level. This is still at our elevation. Turn coordinator not moving. DG is set. And this is 0. Check our primer. Make sure that's in and locked. Mixture best in power. And then we do 1700 RPM. Car P comes out. Watch that drop and back in. 1 notch to the left, out, and that. Watch that drop and back. 2 notches to the left. Watch that drop, and 2 notches back to the right. Green, ammeter, vacuum, idle check. All right. All right. Now what do we do? Let us go. Now we switch again. We switch to tower. Columbia Tower, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Question. Where are we going? Oops. So we're gonna go. We'll just go find the edge of this runway, I guess, or what they think that the edge of the runway is. I assume it's just back here. Wait, so this is a run. So are we using the runway as a taxiway? We're using the runway as a taxiway, aren't we? Okay, well, apparently that's what we're doing. All right, thank you, tower. All right, here's our hold short line. We got our double solid line and our double dashed line. No crossing. Our double solid line without clearance. But we do cross the dash line as soon as we exit the runway. We'll talk about that when we come in for landing. So Columbia Tower, Cessna. So we switch frequencies. We've done a run up. Columbia Tower, Cessna Hotel, Tree 1, Delta 1. Ready to go on runway 31, holding short of 20. Or I guess 13, sorry. VFR departure to the southwest. So I'll say that properly, I guess. Well, we'll say we're holding short on Alpha because that's what we're supposed to be doing. No. Columbia Tower, Cessna Hotel, Tree 1, Delta 1, ready to go at Alpha, holding short to 0. Ready to go. VFR departure to the north. I feel like I said that twice, but we got all the words out. And then they'd say, clear for takeoff to 0. Fly runway heading or something. And then we would repeat that back. Clear for takeoff to 0. Fly runway heading. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Then we look both ways. Get our landing light on. Oops. Whoosh. Looking good. Oh, I might forget about this part. I had a, no delay takeoff this week. And apparently it worked out, so that's good. Oh my gosh, you know what? Sorry, hang on. Aborting. We are not doing, our takeoffs that we're supposed to do. I'm sorry. Just let us reset this for a second. This is not part of the checkride. Okay. So, we're doing soft field takeoff and normal and crosswind takeoffs. I think we'll do normal and crosswind for now. Yes, this is correct. Let me double check. Soft field, normal, crosswind. All right, yes, let us do our normal crosswind. So, yeah, when it comes to our takeoff, we have our normal takeoff. So normal takeoff is from which all takeoffs are based. So we got our stuff taken care of. We do our runway incursion avoidance. We line ourselves up on the runway. Oh, hello. Oh, and we'll go like, oops. We'll go like that, so that we're not cheating. Okay. So we checked all our stuff. Good to go. We smoothly apply our power. Should be about 1 to 2 seconds, and keep our hand on that throttle in case we need to cut it. We see our airspeed is alive. We keep some right rudder in. Hold that center, or supposed to hold that center line. VR is, oops, 65. My iPad is in the way again. Oh God. Getting back on track. Rotate is 65. And then we are climbing. For our climb, we want our nose just below the horizon so that we can have some forward visibility for our scan. Once we reach 500 feet, so 889, 900 is about 1400. Then we'll do our takeoff check. Takeoff is only extremely terrifying. I know, I'm sorry. I am sorry. That one was horrendous. I did. I kind of forgot to move the iPad, and then things were happening. Flight control. That's why our flight control check is necessary, and for some reason it just didn't work. Flying runway heading. So 1400. Flaps are, oops. Oh God, wrong button. Flaps are up. Oh my God, I didn't do my thing. Ah, sorry. I promise I actually do these things in the plane. A real plane. I promise I fly better than an actual plane. As always, the disclaimer. carb heat, mixture, trim, and fuel. Good, excellent, amazing. So we're continuing our climb, maintaining our scan. Nose just below the horizon still for that forward visibility. We'll get up to 3,500 feet. So we are still in Delta airspace. So they can still tell us what to do if they wish. Oh, and we're flying a runway heading, and that's not accounting for drift. So, and by that I mean you're flying whatever the heading indicator says, even if you are getting off from actual runway. So we're climbing and we're climbing. When it comes to our climb, I guess we could talk about in the climb. We could, like I said, we're doing our nose just below the horizon for our scan, but we can also do constant airspeed. What is that out there? Constant airspeed or constant rate climbs. And with that, we would set a constant speed. We would set a speed on our, we would nose up or down and trim to maintain a speed, or we would, did I say up or down? Kind of. So we would set our nose where it maintains the certain speed, trim it out for that. Or for constant rate, same thing, set our nose for that constant rate, trim it out, and monitor that. Working on my CFI initial? I am, yes. Please don't take any of this as my actual capability. But hello, how is it going? What's next after that rating? It's a bit between. It was going to be multi-engine, but I might be going into the double I right away, and maybe I'll do both kind of at the same time as well. We'll see. But yes, hello. What is your aviation interest and or background? I would be curious if you are willing to share. All right, let's 889, 1500. You know what? Let's just stop at 3000. I don't want to climb it. We'll be good. We'll be good. Well, no, you know what? Our maximum elevation figure here is 2200. So that's only 800 feet of buffer, but so yeah, we'll get ourselves up to the 500. We have exited Delta, so we could switch frequencies and all the things. You are working on your initial now. How is it going? How far are you along? Do you like it? And awesome. Pre-CFI buddies. Does that make us pre-FIs? Sorry. Again. I am recovering from the things which are so mysterious, and we'll get to once we're done here. All right, so we're coming up on our altitude, our target altitude. We start bringing that nose down. We're going to get ourselves onto this southern heading. We start bringing that nose down, slowing that rate of ascent, holding that altitude with our pitch while our speed comes up. Once our speed is up, we can bring that power back. and trim it out. No, okay. Sorry. I almost thought I have been using the trim the wrong way the whole time I was flying. But I'm not. I know what I'm doing, kind of. And again, I am also going to not worry too much about my speeds and perfection with the flying, because I can never get it right, and it's just going to be me struggling with that and not doing anything else. So we're just going to take what we can get, and I'll just keep working on stuff in the actual plane. God dang it. Okay. So what? Oh, we have more. We're gonna go westerly now, I guess. There is Delta airspace to the south of us, it appears, as well. We are above it. Oop. But still. Just to be courteous. All right. So we are on our heading of west. The first thing that we do, for the love of God, first thing that we do before we do any other maneuvers is we have to do our clearing turns. I see a something. Hang on. It's not coming up on my chat here, so I might have to look over here. Okay, we'll see what happens. Started flying in Oz a long time ago and got your FAA ratings after moving here. Sorry. Nice. You know what? We're gonna pause this for a second so I can actually properly read this. Started flying in Oz a long time ago and got your FAA ratings after moving there. Excellent. You have an 20, but upgrading to 22 this year. Nice. Sounds fun. Doing FOI and an AGI. Nice. Shepherd Air. Excellent. Yes. Shepherd Air is great. And I have heard that the AGI is good. It makes the oral exam for CFI easier. So that is a good thing to do. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that. I've been wanting to do that one. So are you working on both of those right now, the FOI and the AGI together? Did you see any differences with the AGI versus the CPL? Because I've heard they're pretty similar. Oh, hey there, Instant Interrogator. Yes, exactly. Hi, how are you? Let us know. First thing you see is grabbing the laptop for an up close look. Someone needs bigger font. So there was a chat that didn't come through. It came through. I could see it on my monitor here. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing on my monitor here, but it didn't come through on my actual chat monitor. So, and then it came through over there. So I had to, yeah. So things are already going swimmingly. But yes, how's it going? How are you? Good to see you. All right. So, so we're on our heading of west. We're getting back down to our freaking 3,500. Joys of the little things. Oh yes. Getting down to our 3,500, we're going to do our clearing turns, and clearing turns are giving us a visual scan, or we're doing a visual scan of our surroundings to make sure that we aren't coming into conflict with any other traffic, as well as any obstacles. So, again, turns which clear the area. Yay! For the love of God, I'm going insane. Again, not worrying too much about my altitude perfection, whatever, just because I'm just going to struggle and it's just going to tick me off. Okay. Not the best friggin' app suck tonight. Currently watching your nuggets. Hopefully they will do better. Sounds good. Yes. So we'll be lurking. All right, wanted to say hi first. Perfect. Well, yes, I hope things get better. I'm sorry that things sucked. But it can only get better. Yes. We'll positive vibe it. Manifest it into reality. Hello, how are we doing? We are doing okay. We've only just started, and I can't hold my altitude as per usual. Oh, it's kind of getting there-ish. But how are you? All right, clearing turns. So we're going to make a turn 90 degrees to the left, then 90 degrees back to the right, both times doing a 180 degree sweep under the lifted wing. So we start our turn, about 30 degrees of bank, scanning, maintaining our level, scanning, looking for that south, and rolling out. And then we lift our other wing, another 30 degrees of bank, scanning under that wing, and then we roll out. And as you could see, which we'll talk about now since we did them, our level turns, since that's what the Dice Turtle of Destiny determined we were going to do for our fundamentals of flight. For our turns, we are using a combination of all three control surfaces. So we are rolling with our ailerons. We're putting in a little bit of initial rudder to counteract our... I'm not going to go that deep into it. Unless he asks. So yes, combination of all three of the things, all three of the control surfaces. So we're using our ailerons to roll to a nice 30 degrees. Coordinate our turn by stepping on that ball. And bring in our yoke back, a little bit of back pressure, bring that elevator, up, in order to counteract, again, I'm trying to do too many things at once. I'm trying to explain things in a way that a private pilot would understand, but also trying to practice saying all the things. I'm sorry. So again, bare bones thing, we're just talking about what we are actually doing. So our turn is rolling of the ailerons, coordinating, stepping on the ball, and raising our nose to maintain level. Then once we roll out, we have to reduce that back pressure so that we don't balloon up and roll out before we actually hit our target. Nice and smooth. How are you? Good to see you. Doing good, stuck in school. Can't wait for the summer to do more flying again. Yes, that sounds like an absolute plan. So no flying because of school. I mean, school is good too. Don't get me wrong. But flying is also a very good learning experience. How about moi? Yes, we're working on the things. I said earlier, I mentioned what we were doing for this stream. We're doing our MockISH Checkride flight, and then I have some stories from the week, plural stories. So I am recovering from some busyness, but excuse me, recovering from some busyness. So apologies in advance for that as well. But yes, we're doing well. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so we did our level turns. The right one, you're gonna need a little bit more coordination. And if we want to go a little bit deeper into some of that stuff, so the turn can be at whatever bank angle you would like. Just hold that, maintain it. Oh. And when we do our turns, the reason we also add a little bit of rudder into the beginning of the turn. So this is the deeper stuff, I guess. So add a little bit of rudder into that initial turn, because when those wings, that left aileron, say we're turning left aileron goes up, that makes that wing have less lift, whereas the right wing aileron goes down, creating more lift on that wing as well as more drag. So in that initial turn, the plane wants to nose opposite the direction of the turn. So we add, that's called adverse yaw. And that's why we add a little bit of rudder to the beginning of that turn, and then just coordinate throughout the rest of the turn. We lift our nose up because as we are rolling, that tilts our lift vector. We lose some of that vertical component of lift, so we start kind of nosing down a little bit, descending. So we need to create a greater angle of attack so that we have more vertical lift to make up for that and hold our altitude throughout that turn. Yeah. Common errors: not maintaining our coordination, not counteracting for that adverse yaw. And so that's the thing, like the common errors, they kind of come out in the teaching of it, but I guess it is just go ahead and do them. So yeah, so not counteracting for that adverse yaw, not keeping coordinated, not maintaining enough elevator pressure, losing altitude, gaining altitude, not making it level, not removing that extra elevator input, and then ballooning once you roll back out and that lift vector goes back to normal, and then there's like an increased amount of lift that causes you to start climbing a little bit. Unfortunately, no flying, no. Oh, school is about a 4-hour drive from the flight club. Oh no, back home, so not easy to get back and fly. Well, it sounds like you gotta find another flight club nearby. I mean, that's at least what it sounds like to me. But yes, that's absolutely fair. That's what the sim is for, right? But yes, it will. It'll make it that much sweeter when you're back in the summer then. So we did our level turns. Check. Yes. Can we say that? All right. Takeoffs, landings, level turns, stalls. Let's do our stalls. Power on, stall. So power on, stall, we practice. Scenario that we can think about is if we are at a high density altitude airport, it's a hot day, and our aircraft is overweight. We may not have enough power to actually get ourselves to climb, but if we don't do our calculations, we might try to take off anyway. And even if we get airborne, we might not be able to clear obstacles that are in our path. So we might lift off from the ground, again, takeoff configuration, full throttle, going, but we're not climbing. And we see obstacles and we want to get over them. So what do? We try to create more lift by lifting that nose up, increasing that angle of attack, but still it's not enough. Eventually we stall. Power on, stall. So we want to make sure that we can recognize when that might happen, how that might happen, what it feels like when that's happening, the conditions in which we might find ourselves in that situation, and either be able to avoid it or recover from it. So, yes, there we go. You already looked in. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I get too excited. There's a place nearby that rents, but they're a little more expensive. Okay, and yes, the sim keeps you satisfied for now. Excellent, and that works out just as well. But it is. It's just funny because there's just been, in my experience, there's places you wouldn't think of that end up having those opportunities. So I would, like, even my home airport is not one that you might necessarily think has rental and all of that stuff, but it does. So yeah. But yes, it is so nice to have the sim, and then, like, yeah, it's not as expensive either, but you still get some practice and some good views. Speaking of the sim, you just done 15 to 20 minutes of 4-point rolls, and that's enough of that maneuver for a day. Is it though? Is it? Okay, 4-point roll though, is that like a 1, 2, or a 1, 2, 3, 4? Is that the thing? How did they go? So yeah, so we were doing our power on stall. We were going back west again because Delta airspace, getting back up to our 3500 for the love. Okay, power on. Getting back to, I'm probably going to do some really crap flying, sorry. This one, because I don't want to be spending all my time trying to get it perfect, and I'm not going to be able to get it perfect because I can never get it perfect in the sim. So I apologize in advance for that, but 'tis what 'tis. All right. So the way that we set up for our power on stall is we need to bring our speed down. So we're going to bring our throttle out, hold our altitude with our back pressure on our yoke. Wait for it to get to rotate 65. Then we can power in and just keep on bringing that nose up. There's that stall. And we can do it at the first indication. So what do? We decrease back pressure. Let that speed come up. And we get back to our altitude. And get ourselves back to cruise. Wasn't horrible. I do have a habit of, in any stall, or probably just the power on stall. With that one, I will say, I bring the power out because, like, my instinct is if it gets into a spin, but no, because you gotta get that speed up. So that's something I have to be more aware of. Oh. I am correct, but you're doing a more elaborate version. Fancy. Ooh, okay. Well, you're doing both, really, but still. Okay. Really underrated because it looks simple, but a lot comes... No, and I'm sure a lot comes together to make it so precise, meaning you learn the plane quick, or in this case, build muscle memory for the new stick quick. Nice. Oh, that's super cool. So what... Can you elaborate on the elaborateness? So yes, common errors: not maintaining coordination, not getting your speed down low enough. not reacting to the stall horn if you're supposed to get it by first indication. Yeah, doing that. Nosing over too much, not letting your speed come up. Yeah. All those sorts of things. Excellent. Next, accelerated. Whew, sorry. So accelerated. Oh, I was gonna grab my folder, but we'll wing it, see how it goes. So accelerated stall. Think like you are in the pattern, and you are turning your base to final, and you accidentally overshoot, and you're trying to get back onto final, get lined up with final. So you're turning, and in order to get that turn in, you're banking more steeply than you should in the turn. And this is the one you're supposed to get to 45 degrees of bank. And let's say as you're getting to that bank, you're also not keeping your nose coming down. So with that increase in bank, increase in nose up attitude, you get yourself a stall, and you're in a turn situation, and that's not going to end well. So let's get ourselves lined up on west again. Essentially, you alternate your roll direction between each 90-degree increment. Okay, hang on. So 90 degrees. So 90 degrees. Then when to go. So if you go 90 degrees, but then you'd switch direction, and then you go another 90 degrees, you're back to level. Then you'd switch direction again, and then you go 90 degrees. I don't understand. I'm sorry. Unless it's like a go like that, and then like that, and then like I don't know. I'm sorry. You have to explain it better for my mushy brain. The elaborateness needs even more elaboration. I'm sorry. Accelerated stall. So yeah, so we once again we do this in a clean configuration, even though we're saying we're coming in for a landing. We're just gonna say we do it in a clean configuration. So carb heat. To be honest, I'll have to look at my notes to see if we do carb heat for this one. Again, this is a thing. Oh shoot. I got distracted. Let's get back up to 3,500. Gosh darn it. It's like I feel like you could, and especially because we're at that low power settings and stuff. So we executive decision, we're gonna throw on the carb heat. You know, it's also a good thing to do, not burn out the taxi and landing. Oops, sorry. All right, back to 3,500. So we bring this out. 1,900. Carb heat goes out. Flaps stay out. Holding our altitude with back pressure on our yoke till we get about that 65, and then we Go like that. We're going to keep our nose down at first, get to that 45 degrees, and then bring our, just like that. And then we level our wings, nose down, throttle in. And all that can happen, well, the throttle in can happen sooner than that. But yeah, so we want to unload those wings. Then, leveling those wings will help level, hang on. I don't want to say these things incorrectly. We're just going to say it how we do it. Level the wings, decrease that angle of attack, throttle goes in, and then we crawl out. Get back to our heading, get back to our altitude. Then we let our speed come up. All right, so common errors: not getting to that 45 degrees, not maintaining coordination, not recovering at the first indication, putting flaps in, don't do that. Yeah, things like that. Excellent. What's next? Basic instrument maneuvers. We were doing constant airspeed descents. Okay, so, oops. We'll do the, yeah, no, we'll do our, oh, actually, hang on. We are gonna just, or, hang on. Since we're up here, we'll do our steep turns, then our chandelles, then we can do our constant airspeed descents. Yes, that's what we'll do. It's honestly hard to explain with text. Okay, sounds good. That's fair enough. And especially with how mushy my brain is. Yes. I apologize for not understanding, but I am curious. So at some point, I'll have to understand. Hello, how are you both? How is it going? And it is going, we're being pretty efficient today, so that's good, because we've got lots of stories to get to. But good to see you. Talking about what this Wikipedia article calls hesitation rolls. Curious to find out. All right, so constant airspeed descents. So first off, the instrument training that we do for our private pilot certificate is basically just to give enough experience that if you get into a situation, first thing should be not getting into a situation where you're in IMC as an only VFR rated pilot. However, if something does happen, could be like nighttime, still water, featureless terrain, things like that, that can put you into a sort of loss of situational awareness situation, and you might want to rely on your instruments a bit more to give yourself a bearing, as well as if you get caught in IMC, you want to be able to maintain control of the aircraft long enough to get yourself out of that situation. So let's say we are doing our climb and we're not paying attention and we go up into a layer. Well, we know that there is clear visual conditions down below, so we are going to execute a descent with our instruments. So our attitude indicator we want to have a focus on. We're going to be cross-checking all of our instruments so we can have a sort of spoke method. So from our attitude indicator, since we don't have outside visual contact with the horizon, we use our attitude indicator. And then we can go out to our airspeed, back to our attitude indicator, turn coordinator, attitude indicator, heading indicator, and so on and so forth. But then for our descent, we want it to be a constant speed, so we're going to be pitched based on our speed. So first, we're going to bring our power out. Let's say we'll do a 90 knot, or miles per hour. This is in knots. So we want want it to be at 90 miles per hour. So we're gonna hold that needle there. We're gonna trim it out for that speed. So we brought power out. That's gonna help us get that descent started. And we're going to watch our speed, go back to our attitude indicator, speed, turn coordinator, speed, heading indicator, speed, rate of descent, speed, altimeter, speed. So we're not getting too much descent, so we're going to bring power out a little bit more. Still maintaining that speed. And we don't want to go too fast because that can increase our loss of situational awareness. So maintaining that speed, attitude, speed, heading, speed, altimeter is coming down, speed, RPM, FPM is coming down, speed, we can bring our nose up a little bit more. Turn coordinator is good. Oh, I have to sneeze. So keeping our eyes moving, always coming back to our speed as well as our attitude indicator to keep our situational awareness. We're coming up on our target altitude, which then we just start increasing our power to hold that altitude. Watching our DG, heading indicator. Nosing up a little bit. We're in a turn. Ooh. Got myself into a sticky situation. All right, we can bring our power out again. Get ourselves back on our heading. Get ourselves back down with our power. And I guess so I'm doing a couple things at once. I'm turning and climbing and I'm turning and descending. But as VFR pilots, you should keep it to one or the other at a time. Otherwise, it just gets too confusing and can get into dangerous situations. So the other thing is since we know that there is clear skies below, we're just going to keep descending, or we would just keep descending until we actually get to those clear skies. And then we will be able to simply look out our windows and be, yeah, good like that. Yes, common errors, trying to do too much at once. As well as trying to do it too fast, and that can get dangerous very quickly. Taking out too much power or not enough, not reacting quickly enough, not recognizing that you're in that situation and doing what you can immediately to get out of it, not cross-checking your instruments, staying fixated on one or another and neglecting others. So you might be keeping a nice constant airspeed, but maybe, like I was doing, I ended up getting into a nice turn while I was trying to descend, or while I was trying to straighten out, while I was trying to level out. Yeah, so there's those, I guess. Can't believe you're already doing ground for spin training on Saturday. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Should be scheduling the flight soon. That is awesome. Are you looking forward to it? I hope so, because it is very fun. What are you doing, or I guess, do you know what aircraft you're doing it in? MockISH, you are here to mock. I guess I brought that upon myself. Hello, how is it going? And hello, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Not quite. You'll take a stab at this. Oh gosh, sounds good. I'm ready. Was doing okay in the descent till I sneezed. Yes, exactly. Or at least had to sneeze. And then I got so focused on having to sneeze. Did I actually sneeze? I can't actually remember. See, that's where my brain is right now. We'll go over that. So yeah, so we did that. So let's go into our steep turns and then our chandelles. We were supposed to do our steep turns and chandelles, and then we didn't do our steep turns. Okay, that's fine. So steep turns. We do steep turns in order to demonstrate the aircraft, to particularly demonstrate the aircraft's natural overbanking tendency. So at a certain point, or after a certain point of bank, the aircraft will continue to want to roll beyond that point. So you will have to apply opposite aileron. So even though you're rolling this way, your yoke, you're going to end up turning the other way to some degree to hold the bank where it is. The other thing that we get out of our steep turns is it really demonstrates the need to bring back pressure, increase that angle of attack to increase the lift on the wings due to that loss of horizontal component of lift in that turn. Because you need even more lift with that greater bank. Oh gosh. Sword broken, oh no, why? If I may ask. You are, yes, your school has a super decathlon. That sounds fun that they do spin training and ooh, that's exciting. So how soon can you expect? Okay, right stick 90 degrees, left stick to 70 degrees, right stick for 50 degrees, left stick, right, okay, right stick 90 degrees, okay, sorry, right stick 90 degrees, left stick 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. Right stick 450 degrees. 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. Oh, and then 90, 90, 90. Okay, that was one of my thoughts / guesses, but that seemed insane. But okay, that sounds awesome. Hope that math works out. I do get what you mean. So it is. So you're like this, and you're doing 4 points, but like you said, you're alternating it, so it's the 90, but then you're got to get to there, but the opposite direction. So 90, 90, 90, 90. Except it's more degrees than that. That's insane. Checked it so many times, each time never instills confidence. Fair enough. That's absolutely fair. But and yeah, even if the math didn't check out, I think we figured it out. So very cool, nice. You took a hard hit skiing? No, gonna be off work for the next few weeks. I mean, yay, but also not. I hope you're feeling somewhat better. Good. I mean, that if you're gonna be off for the next few weeks, that sounds not too good. I hope you get some relaxing in. Take care of yourself? Oh, well, I am. I'm sorry that that happened. Good to have you here. Anyways, now that your garbage math is out of the way, that's your warm-up maneuver for the above-mentioned reasons. Right, excellent. So you did the 15 to 20 minutes of that, and then what are you on to? Okay, steep turns. We talked about the steep turns, now we'll do the steep turns. So 360-degree turns, 45 degrees for private, 50 for commercial. So we'll do the 50. Alrighty. So we're starting ourselves on a cardinal heading in a clean configuration. We're gonna bring our power out to, for this one, I think it's 2300. In the plane that I fly, it's still at the 2500. So, all right. Let's see what happens. So we get to our 45 degrees. I always nose up too much in the lefterly one. It's a visual. See, getting a little bit too much bank in there. Maintaining our coordination. Give ourselves let ourselves balloon a little bit so that we can get back to our altitude. Oh, you know what? We are gonna put the power in a little bit more. So then we roll right into the next one because the maneuver's not over yet, so that 100 feet off doesn't count. This one's gonna require more right rudder, so we're gonna put that right rudder in first, lead with that, maintain that coordination. Start increasing that back pressure. When we increase that back pressure, we wanna increase that opposite aileron input first. Oops, a little bit much. And then we roll back out. That was terrible. I have started finding on my right turns, on my right steep turns, I'll start losing a little bit of altitude. So then I'll start increasing that yoke, that back pressure on the yoke. So, okay, so common errors. Especially on the right one. Can I say that? Nah, we won't say especially on the right one. If we need to increase our back pressure, especially at that higher angle of attack, we increase that back pressure, and that's going to increase our bank angle. So if we're already at that 50 degrees and we increase our back pressure, that's going to increase our bank angle. So we need to be aware of that. Input a little bit more opposite aileron when we are increasing that back pressure. Not rolling out on our heading, not maintaining our altitude, plus or minus 100 feet. And then, not getting, yeah. And then, yeah. I think I said the things. I'm so sorry. So we'll just leave it at that. I think I said quite a few of the common errors, so we'll go with that for now. Chandelles, let's do it. It'd be yay if you could fly and ski while you're off. That is fair, I guess. Okay. You can plan for flying and skiing. Oh, darn. Do you got things that you don't usually get to do that you can now be forced to do? Win-win? Maybe? From there landing, because you burned all the gas and had just enough to make it back without touching your reserve. Well, that's good. That's good, I guess. All right. So you did a warm-up in order to land. Seems about right. Good evening. How are you? Good to see you. Mislogical, yes. Didn't we decide it was illogical? Chandelles. So chandelles are a maximum performance 180-degree turn. And the example we use for when we might use this in a situation is getting ourselves into a box canyon. So what we want to do is we get caught in an area where we don't want to move forward anymore. We want to be able to turn around and climb. So we need to be able to make that turn with as little continued forward movement as possible. While we are climbing. So turning while we're climbing and not going further in or further that direction. So we start out in cruise. So we're cruising along. All of a sudden, oh no, a box canyon. We start our turn, apply our power. We'll go to 30 degrees and then start our pitching. By the 90-degree point, that's when we get to our highest pitch. That's about 15 degrees. And then we hold that pitch throughout the rest of the 90 degrees to our 180 while decreasing our bank. Nice and gently. Oops. Don't let our pitch come down. Don't let our speed come up. Just nice, continuous, slowing of our aircraft rolling out 180 degrees. Holding that pitch for a little bit, right above that stall, and then we gently lower the nose and get ourselves back into cruise, making sure not to lose any of that altitude we just gained. Let that speed come up, getting into cruise and bringing it out. All right, so now we do one to the right. So again, cardinal heading. And we boop into our 30 degrees. Power goes in. Gradual pitching up, smooth pitching up to our 15 degrees. And then at that 90-degree point, we're still at that 15 degrees up while gradually decreasing our bank to our 180 degree point right below the stall. Hold it, and leveling out. Nose comes down, holding that altitude, not allowing ourselves to lose any of what we gained, and then getting ourselves back into cruise. All right, so common errors is not having nice gradual changes in our angles, either pitch or bank. So if we didn't smoothly and continuously increase that increase that pitch, that can lead us to not losing enough speed and therefore not arresting enough of that forward movement. It can also lead us to not achieving that maximum performance that we want. And yes, decreasing the bank too much or too little in that last 90 degrees can make you finish the maneuver too early or not finish the maneuver at all. Yeah, all the things. If you can train someone to work the throttle, you could probably fly. I mean, or could just go flying with a pilot, but just go hang around the airport and hope like that someone will allow you to go with them, and then you don't have to do any of it. You can just be chilling. That could work. See, I haven't moved on from my support chicken. I will never move on from my support chicken. I love my support chicken way too much. I love that support chicken. Any chance I'll do that? Absolutely none. I've thought about that because, I mean, I'm sure I could probably do with a better mic. But I still like having him to hold and fidget with. So, which I know, what does that say about me? But look at how cute he is. Oh, I should probably be. No, I'm saying all good things. We're saying all good things. But yes, I have. I've thought about what would happen if things would change, but that's not happening anytime soon. So, fine as peach fuzz. That sounds good. I think I love that. So cute. Well, oh, where's the challenge in that though? Yes, that is fair. If you do end up teaching somebody how to work the throttle, let me know how it goes. I'm sure we would all be interested to hear. Although, for legal reasons, FAA, that is a joke. Just didn't know if I was, chicken. But, I'm absolutely chicken. I'm chicken about chicken. I love that. We did the chandelles. Oh my god, is that it for that? Hang on, let's check our notepad. Okay, so we gotta do our landings. Did that. 8 on pylons, turns around a point. So emergency approach and landing. Systems and equipment malfunctions. So we're doing our emergency procedures. Then we'll do our ground reference maneuvers. We'll go back and do our landings, and then we will do story time. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm not going to say anything yet because I don't want to jinx it. So we will. Yes. So. Engine fire! Pull that out. We'll also put our carbeat in for this. We're going to simulate all these things, so we're not going to actually pull our mixture. Not going to pull our mixture, shut our fuel off, or anything like that. But that's what we would do in this situation. And then we go 30 to 45 degrees of bank at a 109 speed for our pitch. And so we're just keeping it there, and that is to help put out our fire. All right. So yes, if we don't have enough speed, that's not going to put out the fire. And we're also trying to lose altitude as much as possible to probably land, if we can't put the fire out, as quickly as possible. So if we don't have enough bank, we don't have enough descent. And then since we are simulating these things, also maintaining our scan for traffic, and yeah, all those good things. So next thing, we have an engine failure. So what are we going to check? We're going to have our carb heat in, checking our primer, our master mags, mixture, all those things. Where could we go? Where are we? We are going to turn toward an airport. However, we're probably not going to make it. So we are going to pitch for best glide. While we're pitched for best glide, we're going to find where we are potentially going to land. Actually, that flat stuff over there looked kind of nice, so we're going to aim for that. Where was the flat stuff? There. Okay. So we're aiming for that there. We are best glide so that we can make it there. Then we're checking our checklist. We check our mixture, our throttle, our carb heat, our fuel, our master, our mags, our primer. But if that doesn't work, we are going to work on committing to our landing. Again, maintaining our best glide. Our wind was out of the south, so we are going to, we're going to do a right downwind. I keep leaning. Oops. Oop. Making sure we're not getting too close to stall. And you turn yourself around. Oops. Not getting too close to stall. Keeping that nose coming down. Committing to the landing. Probably gonna have to slip it a little bit, throw some flaps in there, and then we would do all of our electrical stuff, cut all that, pop our doors, protect our bodies. Would we have made it? I hope DPE would think so. Recover. So yes, common errors is checking things. Oh, one of the things too is if we had enough time going over our checklist. We can have our memory items, but we also have to go over the checklist as well, just in case we missed anything and don't actually have to execute that full emergency landing. And we just fix the thing instead. So yes, common errors. Not looking at all sides. Oh, clean up the aircraft as well. Not looking on all sides. Your best possible place of landing could be behind you, could be underneath you. So make sure you're doing a full scan to find the best possible place. And then yeah, missing things to check. Not maintaining that best glide so that you're unable to actually make your spot. Yeah. So we're going to start going back to the, east. Making our way back to the east. So we need to do 8s on pylons as well as turns around a point. So over here where we are, why? Oh God, I was leaning on my rudders again. I was like, why am I not turning? That's friggin' why. Okay. You gotta get back to work. Oh no, sounds good though. Felt the need to say hi. Well, thank you. Love seeing you. I hope work goes well. Stay healthy. Yes, you as well. And it was so good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Need to find a game to play or something to keep you occupied. Just finished Stray. What is Stray? It sounds interesting. I know it's just one word, but... I mean, and that's the thing, is that you can just go through whatever... Go through your, backlog of things that you need to... that you want to play and do. And just do as many as possible. Hello, Heidipedia. I like that, kind of. A pedia of useless facts and questionable knowledge. Hello, good to see you. How are you? Stray is a game where you play as a cat. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. What is the objective? Outside of flight sim, 6 days in... Okay, is it Fallujah has kept you extremely occupied lately. And what is that one? So that's a game you can recommend. Well, there we go. No, like Wikipedia. Right. But me being full of useless and questionable facts. No, I do. I love it. Unless there's like a certain reference that I'm missing with it. You'll have to enlighten me. Again, mushy brain, absolute mushy brain. Oops, I need to be going this way. As you can tell. Oh, you know what? Let me look. We're gonna stick around in this. Shoot, there's a frickin' why? There's a frickin' tower there. Just like, oh yeah, we're gonna go right here because look at how nice, and then frickin' tower. Ugh, this is fine. This is fine. Yep, we're just gonna continue going this way. Objective is to find out what happened to the humans. Oh no, okay. That sounds awesome. I'm... Like, they disappeared? The humans disappeared? Ooh. Oh god, what did I say that she said? I don't remember. So, the other thing is where we are, we're gonna... I'm hoping that over there in that tannish sort of area has some more squarish bits. Because where we are now is about 850 feet, so 900 for our elevation, 810, so about 1700 for our 8s on pylons. 1700 for 8s on pylons. Wind is from the south, so we want our reference line to be east to west. So we're gonna have points on a line. I'm liking this. Points on a line. East to west, about a 3/4 to 1 mile apart. I think we're gonna do this one. And we want to be coming from the... I should have done it the other way, hang on. Keeping ourselves together. Am I going west? Yes, I am. Okay. So we have that intersection, that intersection, that intersection is what we're going to use. Okay, okay, okay. All right. So first, we are going to... that way. So we're going to cross over our first point up to the upwind. We'll do a crosswind and then enter the downwind. Oh no, have I lost my points? Guess we'll find out. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's why. There. Okay. I think. I hope. There. Okay. Yes, there. Okay. So we have our number 1 point is going to be the intersection among these trees here. Or, you know what? Oh, should we do our 3/4 point? Let's try it. So our 3/4 point is these trees. So we're going to pass over these trees into the upwind. We're getting down to our 1094, so that's 800 plus 8 is 1600. Still going south. About a mile. Making sure we're still keeping an eye on our points. Setting ourselves up. And we got plenty of fields here, and our points are along a road. So that's good. All right, so here's an intersection. We're coming up on our first point, we're gonna say. Well, actually, we're getting down to our altitude. So we'll use our next intersection, being aware of that those towers there. You know what? Going around, for the love of God. We were not down to our pivotal altitude by the time we reached our points, so we're gonna set up for that again. We want to be properly set up for it because we are very low to the ground, so we need to make sure we know what we're doing and are going to be able to do the things that we're doing. So, there are our spots again. Wait a second. I think I was doing math wrong. Oh God, I was doing math wrong. Never mind. Got it right the first time. Fallujah. It's combat infantry sim that recreates the second battle of Fallujah in 2004. Nice. Okay. And so is it like a storyline thing where you eventually beat it, or you just get to kind of do the, I don't know, do different things? It's a good game, shorter but good. Okay, excellent. Nice. Very fun. That's a low 8's on. Oh my God. Hi, how's it going? I noticed that. I was like, this doesn't feel right, and I realized I was reading the altimeter completely wrong. I want to blame my mushy brain, but at the same time, must be better. I did. I was totally... I thought I was 1,000 feet higher. That's... I am. Would not be flying in my current state. Why is my brain mushy? It has been a week. It has been a week. Lots and lots and lots of things. So we will be going over that. I'm trying to get to be efficient so that we can do a nice flight. Oh God. So I'm kind of flying like crapish. Okay. So middle 1600. I'm kind of trying to be efficient so that we can get to the fun story times. But yes, lots of things have happened. So we went to our middle at about our 30-degree downwind point. Now we put our reference line. Okay. Reference line, and now if the point is in front of our reference line, we need to nose down. Probably a little bit faster. Nose down. If the point starts going behind our wing, then we need to bring our, moving my hand, nose up. So climbing to our pivotal altitude. Points going in front. And continuing that turn should be a constant bank turn. Climbing and descending to our pivotal altitudes as our ground speed changes. Then we level out. And crosswind correct to our next point. Should be at our highest pivotal altitude because our ground speed is highest here. Reference line, bank. Decreasing our pitch to descend to our pivotal altitude as our point moves. Now we ascend, we climb as our point moves back. Descending and also working on our leveling out to exit our maneuver the same way we entered. Once again at our highest pivotal altitude. So common errors. Not reading our altimeter correctly. I promise I don't do these things in the actual plane. But at some point, y'all are not going to believe me. Yes. Then picking points that aren't, like, those weren't the best points. We don't have a whole lot of options except this gigantic, oh, well, no, we don't like that. So this might have been good. Nice visible points on here that we could choose. However, look at these towers. Since we're so low, we don't want to be worrying about running into towers. So yes, those sorts of things. So choosing not good points, not setting up correctly like we also did. Misunderstanding what you're supposed to do, climbing or descending incorrectly. So, or incorrectly understanding which way you need to go in order to get to your pivotal altitude, and then doing that and then messing it up. Not maintaining coordination, not maneuvering smoothly. Yeah, all those good things. Oh, either that or those were some big trees. No, I was definitely thinking I was supposed to be 1,000 feet. Yeah, that was definitely a me issue. I had that whole thing. I was like, I feel really close to the ground, but the altimeter says no, it didn't. No, it absolutely didn't. I know. Getting close to Checkride. Maybe. Yes-ish. So yes, so that's another thing. Coming off of this past week and then getting back into the grind. So I still feel like there's so much more prep that I could do, but at some point, like, it's just got to be enough. But I don't want to rush into it, you know? So it's like finding a balance there, because I would wait another year. If I, like, yeah. Or I would go get like multi-engine and other things like that and just put it off. But no, it is. It's one of those where just gotta do it, and know that I'm gonna continue learning stuff and polishing things as I go. So yeah. It has a handful of maps that can be adjusted, procedurally and with random objectives. You can adjust time of day, weather, urban density, objective, and more. Also, typically additional threats that can appear. Nice! Oh, that is cool. So you can change it up and figure out how things would have been different. And yeah, less about a story and more about recreating the horrific experience of the battle. Oh, okay. Sounds delightful. I'm sure it's fun strategery though, which is a word. Because I say so. It said find someone at the airport to take you flying. Want to come out here to take you flying? We could talk. Let's go. How are you? Discovery Flight today was awesome. It was. I'm glad. So, story. You can sympathize. You feel like you're so behind, especially with ground stuff, lesson plans. CFI training is so different than everything before because it's so dependent on yourself. And that is that. Okay, that is definitely a thing as well, because I've always been. I want that oversight because I want to make sure that I'm not doing things, getting into bad habits, and doing things incorrectly. Well, doing things incorrectly in general. So I've always relied on my instructors to a degree. And then getting into the CFI stuff, like, it was a really weird transition into, it's me now. Oh God, I shouldn't be trusted with this. But I remember feeling that way before private Checkride as well. So it's just another one of those to get over. Again, not rushing into it, but finding that balance of you're still going to be learning and polishing things, but at least get the exam out of the way. And then at that point, you really start kind of locking everything in. You send pics. Oh, excellent. You can provide the plane. Oh, that is right. That is true. Oh, and isn't yours is the one? Is yours the 150 or the 152? It's the 150, right? I'm pretty sure it's a 150. Because I know how to fly that now. And you send me pics. I'm looking forward to seeing them. I'm so happy for you. Not only that, but it's on YouTube. I know, right? It's on me to impart that on others. And one of my stories involves that. So I guess I can say I took my first guinea pig for a flight, and it was eye-opening. So yes, like there were certain things that, like, it actually did. It felt a little bit better. Like, oh, I actually am able to kind of explain things. Okay. Like, well enough that it kind of goes through, at least in this circumstance. But then there were also things, well, we're not going to, well, I think we could still make this one work because we'll be going around. Nah, let's just not. Where are we? Let's go this-ish way. But yes, definitely was definitely one of those. There's the things that you get so used to, the lingo and all that. Like I said DG to this person who didn't know what a DG was. And I was like, oh no, why did I say that? Like, and I know these things. Like, I know that I need to be saying it in terms that people who don't know the things will understand, but it just like slips out. It's so second nature right now. So I'm still working on getting that stuff solid as well. But yeah, It is. It was a lot, but it was good. It was a good experience. $150, yes. More flaps. With 150. I'm sorry. Mushy brain. Absolutely, although just at the stage where you're looking for people to practice your lessons with. Have you just kind of practiced your lessons by yourself first to get them really solid down before bringing them to the people? He had you do majority of radio calls on the way back in and only took back control on the base leg. Was impressed by your radio calls being on point and that you were able to keep altitude and turning very well. That's awesome. You mean second time in your life with controls. That's so cool. Oh, I'm so happy for you. And you got to do all the things. Was my topic planned ahead of time? Yes. I wanted to do the fundamentals of flight, as well as fundamentals of flight, potentially stalls if the person was okay with it, and they were, and then showing them some of my maneuvers that I had to work on. So yes, but to be honest, it's been like planned for a while, but it was sort of a spontaneous. I was going flying, so I got in touch and was like, hey, you want to go? So that was not quite how I wanted it to go, but it kind of, on one hand, it almost had to be done just to like kind of get it to happen. But yes, I had wanted to do even more prep work for that, but like I said, I got the opportunity to fly, and I did want to get in the air. I had done prep beforehand. It just wasn't as recent as it could have been. The 150 has 40 degrees. The 152 was limited to 30 degrees. Oh, got you. Yeah, so the 150, that when I'm training the 150, I don't think we've ever gone to 40 degrees of flaps. So question, do you use the 40 degrees of flaps? And what's your normal landing degrees of flaps? Part of the thing about taking on a student for a one-off is it's not always easy to assess where they are, end up spending a lot of time qualifying. That's fair. And that was one of the things that we'll get to, because like there were more things that I wanted to do. I had wanted to have done some ground stuff with them first, but again, didn't get a chance to do that. Ooh, I'm liking this spot, so let us see. Oh, we're right by our 8's on pylons, so that'll be somewhat questionable, I guess. So it's from the south, so we need to turn this way. Hang on, let me do the math. Yes, we're upwind, and then we're going downwind. Yes, okay. Oh God, did I mess it up? No, I didn't. I don't think. I'm not sure. I don't know. Never mind. We're just gonna roll with it. 770. Okay, so turns around a point. Sorry, I'll get back to the things. We're gonna do the turns around a point though first. 1800. So 1800. We're at pattern altitude, and we're flying down, and then we're going to turn around, and then we're going to be in the downwind. So our first turn, our initial bank is the steepest. And we're going to be adjusting our bank to correct for wind in order to have an equal radius track. So we're coming over our half-mile point. Once we get to our intersection, we can start our, there we go, boom. Steepest bank here, using our half-mile point to gauge our radius. Oh, I forgot. I'll go over that in a bit. Again, we're holding our altitude, adjusting our bank. Coming into a headwind, so then we are decreasing our bank because our ground speed gets slower. Direct headwind will have very little bank. Not increasing our turn too much. Using those half-mile points as as a gauge. Crab slightly out and getting steepening our turn up as we come into a tailwind into the downwind and exiting the way that we entered. So, common errors. So, okay, what I was going to say, after I do 8s on pylons and then I do turns around a point, I end up trying to do the turns around a point like 8s on pylons. Oh, as we're turning back to our airport. So, upward and onward. Yes, so not adjusting bank angle correctly for our wind, and ending up with a, oh my god, it's terrible. Our turns around a point is exactly on our 8s on pylons, so that'll be interesting to decipher. But yes, not adjusting bank correctly for our wind and our ground speed changes. So then that leads to an unequal radius throughout the circle. Not having a good point. It wasn't the best of points. It was the best of points. It was the worst of points. So those half mile reference points really help. And yes, being too aggressive with the bank changes. They should be nice and smooth and gradual. Not maintaining altitude properly. Not setting up correctly or well. Yeah, all the things. So, oh, okay. The 150, yes, you probably use 20 to 30 most, right. But you do try to mix it up. Okay, interesting. So my instructor, we basically do 20 degrees of flaps, and then shorts and softs, 30 degrees of flaps. Which was different to me because in the 172, we always did like the 30 degrees. Yeah. So yeah, and that's one of the things too, to get more comfortable with and just understanding like when and how and why you might use, Yeah, the different ones, like you said, try to mix it up. 40 drops it in like a brick. Right. I think because I've tried it in this one. And yeah. I don't tend to make the runway. You're gonna call it a night. Sounds good. It was good to see you. Nice chatting with you. Glad the stick is going well. And we're probably gonna do Monday instead of Tuesday, but we'll see. But yeah, good to see you. Hope tomorrow and the weekend go well. Sleep well. And until next time, all the good things. Too bad MSFest 2024 isn't out yet. One of the planned features is shared cockpit. You could actually fly with a student in game. So we have, there is the your controls thing that I haven't done yet. But yeah, like that would be fun to try. But I still get nervous, and that's why I'm like, on one hand, I want to push it off, just because the flight school that I'm at is like ready to go to set me up with students, and I'm like, but I need to continue polishing first. But no, again, the thing that I hear is that the first 100 hours of being an instructor is a learning experience where you're probably not going to do your best work. And I dread that. However, it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm going to do my absolute best and just, yeah, keep hopefully getting better. And yeah, that will be cool to have it like actually in the game. Surprised it wasn't in 2020. FSX had it. Oh, interesting. Oh gosh, what's a big reason someone might not bank properly? They don't want to, subconsciously. Or they just might not be able to account for wind correctly. Or is there another something you're getting at for that? Remember one girl you rented your plane to hated using flaps. Always found them to be fun. Oh yeah. Weird. Hated using flaps. Did she ever give the reason? That's curious. 900, so 1900 for our pattern altitude. We will enter a right pattern for runway 20. I guess we'll get our weather, of course, too. Because it's probably slightly different. This one, right? Niner. 200 at Niner, perfect. 2981 though. All right. You're a bit worried about that, but we all have to start somewhere. Right, I know. And that's the thing, is it's going to be regardless of how much knowledge and experience you have anyway. Again, that was my big thing, that I didn't want to do the CFI stuff because I wanted to have better knowledge and more experience in one way or another. But sometimes you just gotta rip the Band-Aid off. And it's another one of those things where I think it's gonna make me a better pilot as well. So yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Doesn't mean I'm not still gonna be novice, but it's a win. Okay, low time pilot, even some high time pilots might have a hard time judging the wind. So I kind of said that, right? She flew mostly in a Cub, so you get it. Okay, and because those don't have the flaps, correct? Another big error is the coordination. I do remember my instructor going, oh, shoot, I'm supposed to be like writing stuff down. I will hopefully remember that one. Yes. I remember my instructor talking about that when I first started with those. Slipping in a cup was your favorite. You always seem to be high on your approaches. Oh, that sounds awesome. I do. I enjoy slips. I can't do them to save my life in this friggin' sim, but they are fun in general. And correct. Excellent. Nice. Okay, so we're getting, I guess, yeah. So, okay, so first, we're kind of getting back to story time as well. We're flying, I think, yeah, we have a headwind, kind of. So we're getting back to do our couple of landings and a takeoff. And then we will take off again and go just buzz around while I babble about stuff. So, again, was contacted about doing another ferry flight. We planned it for one day, and I was able to go do a flight by myself, practiced a little bit, went okay. And I land, and I'm getting fuel, and another plane comes up behind, and I'm about done getting it wrapped up, and they had shut down. They taxied off to the side and shut down. And they approached me, and they go, so hey, do you fly out of here? Are you from around here, whatever? And I was like, yeah, kind of. And they're like, well, our nose wheel is flat. Oh no. And we're from somewhere else, and we just stopped in for fuel, and we're doing just kind of a fun ride, and we gotta figure out something because otherwise they're gonna be stuck there. So I was like, okay, let me try to contact some people. And so I was working on contacting some people, talking to some people. And while that was happening, we're also chatting about stuff. And they were I always love chatting with aviation people because there's just so many different journeys and different stories. And eventually I was able to get a hold of one of the owners from my home airport. And he's like, yeah, we got that. Well, so we tried to just pump it up. It didn't work. And so they needed the new tire and something else. So he's like, yeah, I got that, and I'll fly over in a little bit. And it's like, oh, excellent, awesome. So, yay, they're gonna be able to get out and not have to be stuck there for the night. So, and that was fun too, to see one of the owners again, because I haven't been over there in a long time. So, yeah, so they got it fixed up. We had to sit on the tail to get the nose wheel up so that he could change it. So that was an interesting experience. And yeah, just lots of social chatting, whatever, and a different sort of a thing. And then, yeah, one of the guys ended up contacting me. He said he was going to get me into contact with somebody who worked at something, and I could pick his brain about my career aspirations and stuff, and it's that whole networking thing. And yeah, at some point, maybe I'll go fly with them. So yeah, that was unexpected. Someday you need to get more cup time. Do you have opportunities? Have you been working on it? Get those connections. Yay, you're back. Hello. Glad you are back. How are things now? I hope better. Gotta put myself in the noob's shoes. Right. Kind of goes back to the qualifying your student concept. That's one of the hardest things for an instructor, aviation or otherwise, to do. Right. And that is something that did come up. So I had wanted to do ground stuff beforehand, and it didn't end up working that way, unfortunately. And one of the things that I'm kind of stealing from Instructor now, is what he does is he just has them go through the Sporties videos before they fly at all. That way they have that sort of base knowledge so that when I'm talking about certain things, at least that is, hang on. It's not as much that needs to be explained, kind of. Like they understand the vocab terms and stuff. Okay, so coming in here, Columbia Tower, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, 8 miles to the northwest with, what did we say before? With Echo. Inbound for the option. Can I say inbound for the option? Inbound stop and go. Inbound stop and go, we'll say. Oh, shoot. Okay, I guess we're doing this now. I forgot that I liked to do, or I had kind of planned to do, like, one of the takeoffs and landings at the non-towered airport, but no, I guess we're just gonna send it. And then they'll say, all right, make right traffic. Well, actually, from where I'm coming from, they might be like, oh, do a base. Let me know when you're on a 2-mile base. And I'd be like, well, can I actually get the pattern? So yes, report, we'll just say, enter right traffic 20, report midfield. Right downwind 20, report midfield. Cessna Hotel, Tree 1, Delta 1. Fist bumps. Saw that happen recently. Someone had a flat nose wheel on landing. Did they figure out what it was? Because I don't think we figured out what theirs was. And of course, one of the people that I called was like, you should let them know that they're supposed to land on the main wheels, not the nose wheel. but weird. 2 flat nose wheels. Better, yay. Nuggets did a lot better than the Avs. Excellent. Okay, nice. Any good news is good news. Opportunities just gotta open up the wallet, which is never fun. I get ya. But again, that's what networking is for. I hated that was... I'm not a networky sort of a person, but I've definitely enjoyed the aviation networking more than just general networking. So it's not so bad. Okay. Not sure was taxiing to take off, so you didn't see the outcome. Okay, sounds good. Well, and that was one of their first things too, was, oh, was there something on the runway or whatever? And I was like, oh, no, we never have anything on the runway. But yeah, potentially, I guess. Okay, so we're doing the things. Oh God, what are we doing? We are doing soft field and short field landings. So we'll do short field, and then we'll do a soft field takeoff, soft field landing. Short field, soft field, soft field. Okay. 1900, sorry. All right, so we'll pause again for the story, maybe. Well, yeah. Okay. So, the day that the, so yes, so that was that whole thing. More aviation connections. And then, we're in the downwind. For short field. All right. So short field landings. Hang on. I guess we'll get into the downwind first. Oh, and it still bugs me. That's right. This, oh, geez. Sorry. Columbia Tower, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, right downfield 20, midfield. And then they say clear for landing 20. Clear for landing 20, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. That runway is supposed to be longer. So, dropping that like it's hot. Short field landing we use when, well, haha, isn't that fitting? We have a shorter field than we would like. Notch of flaps, using the right one. So once we've lost 200 feet or our 45 degrees from the runway, we can start our base turn. Second notch of flaps, turning our final, not more than 30 degrees of bank. All right, and then our 30 degrees, actually we're gonna leave our 30 degrees out, bring our throttle in, because we got a little far down the runway. Or down in our downwind. So we're gonna arrest our descent. Getting on that center line. Yeah, so short field for short fields, as well as having obstacles in the departure or approach path. I keep leaning to the frickin' left. No. No. All right, now we'll get our 30 degrees of flaps in. And then we maximum simulated braking and flaps up. Kind of planted it. That's kind of what we're supposed to do, not exactly what we were supposed to do. But yes, common errors. Had too long of a final and had to have our power in. Came in a little bit fast there at the end. Although I guess, hang on, we're gonna, yeah, we'll debrief at the end actually, since this is a towered airport and we need to go. So, soft field takeoff. So clean up the airplane, 1 notch of flaps in. Soft field. Hello, hello. How is it going? Soft field, no brakes. And then we go like so. We have our yoke back. We're gonna take off a little bit earlier than we usually would, and then nose back down into ground effect. I'm pushing down that way. Nose back down into ground effect, pick up our speed. See, I guess that's kind of why I wanted to do the non-towered for the couple, like the one takeoff and landing, so that I would have, I guess we could have taxied off. That is something that I didn't think about, is the explaining things, being able to explain things. So at our 500 feet, we check our things. Check our things. Flaps go up. Awesome. Coming back around for our soft field landing. So again, soft field, this goes for our takeoff and our landing, is for soft or rough fields where we want to get the weight off of the wings as soon as possible, or sorry, weight on the wings as soon as possible, or keep it on the wings as long as possible in the rollout or on landing. So we use our extra flaps to help with that. We did a short, oh yes, sorry, we will use our flaps to help with that. And we did use our flaps to help with that. So 1900, we're cleared for landing. Cleared to land 20, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. 1900. Carb heat. Below 100 miles per hour. 1 notch of flaps. 45 degrees, or after losing 200 feet. We don't want to get blown so far this time. So we'll keep our nose coming down, keep our nose coming down. Oops, not that fast. Second notch of flaps. Scanning final. Increasing our throttle a little bit. Keep that nose coming down. Turning our final. We're going to come in a little bit and then we'll drop our third notch of flaps. So just like a normal landing, except a little bit more lift with those flaps. And we're also going to put a little bump of power in at the end to hold it off a little longer as well. Keeping that nose coming down. Arresting our descent a little bit with power. So once we're coming over the threshold, we'll pull our power out and then bump just a little bit in and then just hold it off. Hold it off. Hold it nice and smooth and gentle. Oops. Nice and smooth and gentle. And no using of the brakes. And we will simply taxi off. We'll do shutdown at the end. So we're just gonna pretend that we taxied off for a second. Just so that we can be a little bit more efficient. Okay, so we taxied off and then we can talk about the things. I'm sorry, hang on. You do need more aviation friends. Yes, just hang out at the airport and talk to everyone. Looking back, you used to hang out at the airport all the time last year as though you haven't been around as much. Well, it sounds like you're going to have time in the next few weeks. So there you go. It's friend-making weeks. Short field, no obstacle. Oh, God, did I forget to say that? I meant to. Yes, so either short runways or with obstacles in the approach or departure path. Hello. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. Don't worry, the coffee dropped in has some adhesive to keep it on the nose till I get a chance to reach for it. Sounds good. Thank you. Reach. Commander used a rubber ducky. Isn't he cute? Hello, by the way, how's it going? Since you bring it up, I always take the opportunity to plug it. Oh no, do I have to uncapitalize it? There it is. WB Sim JP Logistics 152 featuring Ducky himself. Yes. Yes, he is our buddy and our stall horner. Our stall horn indicator or stall indicator. Yeah, that. So that's always fun. It's gonna cut into your hanging out at the ski resort time. It's all about finding that balance. Okay, so yes, common errors. Of short field landing, coming in too fast, not enough flaps, over braking. Again, maximum simulated braking, not dumping the flaps at the end or just forgetting to brake in general. And then, yeah, that short field takeoff. We did soft field takeoff. Sorry, soft field takeoff is forgetting those flaps, not getting off the ground as quickly as possible, or not getting the weight on the wings as quickly as possible, not nosing back down into ground effect and not gaining enough speed, so then you sink. Nosing back too far into ground effect. Not maintaining coordination and runway heading. Yes. And then the soft field landing. Not holding that nose wheel off long enough. Because you want to keep that nose wheel off as long as possible. Keep that weight off that nose wheel to avoid it sinking in, getting caught. Yeah. All right. Shall we go fly around? Oh God, sorry. Nothing to see, just a couple aircraft chilling right smack dab in the middle of the runway. I know. Only in the sim. So that is how you got hurt in the first place. So it appears to be bad luck for now. So airport. How often do I use brakes? Usually only use them for tight turns and run up. Rarely do you need them on landings. Now what are you doing? We're not having a party over here, I swear. It's not like you weren't invited or something. Like if I'm at an airport where I'm trying to, like, I guess at a Delta, trying to get off the runway as quickly as possible, or if somebody else is coming in and I would like to get off the runway as quickly as possible for them, then I will use the brakes. But also I do tend to fly in like somewhat shorter runways, so I guess maybe I'm just used to using brakes a lot more, so I guess maybe it could just potentially be a habit. Just let me know when you need me to move. I think we are going to be taking off here quick so that we can go into story time. So yes, shoo in the gentlest manner possible. Helicopter. Or wait, elbow. Oh, wrong hand. Elbow, wrist. See you in the skies. All right, so not in mock checkride mode anymore, so I will be even worse with my flying, and I apologize. So yes, we'll wander around. I will finish the things. So again, I was supposed to woke up. So again, ferry flight, and we were gonna plan potentially-ish to do it the one day. He had to get some stuff ready, and he said, okay, I'll let you know, I'll know more this night, and he didn't say anything, so I texted him the next day. I was like, any updates? And he's like, I'll know more tonight, the night before we was supposed to leave. And I was like, okay. So never let me know. So later that night, I was like, well, I'm heading to bed, so just let me know and I will see it in the morning. And he didn't let me know. And so I was like, oh my God. So I started getting ready in the morning, And I text him before I have to leave, like, okay, so I kind of need to know, am I driving over there or not? And he's like, it's not looking good. Excellent, amazing. All right, I'm going back to bed. So that didn't work out, but I still had my time slot that day for going and flying. So I went and did that. That was when I did the guinea pig flight. So it was like I wasn't going to do that flight anyway because I was potentially going to be leaving. So why not make that? Let's get a guinea pig in the air, I guess. Since I've been meaning to do it for months. But it hasn't worked out. So it was like, okay, seems like a good opportunity. So did that, went over the pre-flight and had them do some stuff. And I had the whole, there were like certain points where I was like, don't do that or whatever. Or like, I'm sitting there like watching them, trying not to be that person, but I'm also like, so one of the things that for Instructor does is he does like half the plane and then he has students do the other half of the plane. And it's like, well, okay, so yeah, or like if you're check the fuel up on top, stuff like that, have them do it. And it's like, but I always do that myself. And it's like, I need to make sure that it was done correctly. So that'll be something interesting to adjust to. And then, but yeah, no, it was good. They were very open to the experience and the knowledge and stuff. And then we get in the plane and we take off. And again, this is my first time flying with anybody from the right, or with anybody other than Instructor from the right seat. And then, so we went over just the fundamentals, straight and level, turns, climbs, descents, of course our clearing turns, and then had them fly a little bit and tried to do like the sort of not the coaching things, but like when they're kind of let them descend a little bit if they're descending, or if they're turning a little bit, try and let them notice it. But if it gets a little bit too much, then be like, oh, so hey, are you meaning to do that, or are you noticing this, and stuff like that. And did pretty well, went pretty well. So one of the things is they didn't want to do too steep of turns, which according to the handbook, I think it's in the handbook, you should do medium bank turns. So the 30-degree turns, right? Because that helps like really fully understand and feel the differences of things. So I did kind of have to coax them into that a little bit, but it was good, and it was interesting to see somebody else having to work through all of the things that are so second nature now. And then, yeah, trying to let them, like, not let them figure it out, but, like, not being so on top of them that they can't actually, like, learn anything. So, yeah, so that was interesting. Guess it's different when you own, and think about having, to replace them. Oh, sure. Yes, I guess I have only rented. So, all right, fair. I will try to think about that a little bit more. Hello, hi, how's it going? You should be in bed right now, but you cannot sleep. Good to see you. Sorry you can't sleep. I can speak in a quieter voice. That's probably not soothing at all. To lull you into sleep. Yes, even though it's not good for you, it's good for us because you're here. So win for us. But yes, I hope you're well. So yes, and then did those things, and then it was like, okay, so for my my training, I got instructed in stalls like the second flight. So I had already taken this person up like a while ago for like just fun flight sort of a thing. So I kind of treated this like the second flight, so actual lesson. So did the stalls, so demonstrated those. Didn't have them do it, but demonstrated that to kind of get that idea of they're not that bad. Like, to practice, they're not that bad to practice, not to get into. But yeah, so that was interesting, and that was fun. That was a little confidence booster there, because I remember being like, I am never practicing stalls by myself ever, and now I'm practicing it with guinea pig students. So yeah, and then yes, and then did some steep turns, lazy eights, I think maybe the chandelles. You know what? Why am I like in the cockpit? Why aren't we like there? Sorry. Wee. So yes. So yeah, just for that was for me, just to kind of practice it, and just to do like sort of a fun thing for them. So yeah, so that was that. In before ASMR attempts, heavy on the attempts. That is because you guys are enjoying the other torture of keeping you awake while tomorrow your eyes shut at work and you fight sleep. Oh no! Well, lots of trees. I mean, worth it? I think so, maybe. Hurry up and get double I so I can teach you the ways of IFR. So that might be what I go into next. We talked about that a little bit before, where my instructor would do my double I, and I would have to go get my multi elsewhere, so I could finagle doing both of those kind of at once, or like be doing the IFR, and then when he goes off to his new job, I could do multi-engine potentially, but we'll see. I am looking forward to getting into the double I stuff though. But yes, first one step at a time. So then boss, I guess I'll just call him the boss man. We'll call him boss man. Boss man was like, all right, so we could probably do it the next day. And I was like, well, here's the thing. It looks like it's gonna be okay. Like, it could work out that way, but I might get stuck the day afterward and not be able to go anywhere. So what if we leave it to the day after that and then have a buffer day of the day after that? And he's like, oh yeah, that could work. Excellent. Or at least like when the weather allows on the day after tomorrow, start out and then continue the next 2 days. Oh, we're just like busting this class Delta airspace, but it's a sim, so it's okay. Part of you wants to do it. Do it this summer, but you okay. You should. You absolutely friggin' should. I hopefully will at least be in the process of working on that at the time. So, you friggin' love IFR? I am looking forward to gaining the wisdom of your love of IFR. It does, like, just the instrument training itself was super interesting and fun. So actually getting deeper into it, yeah, I am looking forward to it. Need a double? Can recommend one. It's a double I. Well, you have one locally. Okay, same school that trained you, and they're highly regarded in their training. That's awesome. You definitely should. So again, do you have any of that equipment on your plane? Or no? Or will you have to rent? If you had an IFR rated plane, it would be a no-brainer. Right. That's what I thought. That's fair. But it'll make you a better pilot in general and overall. But I get it. I mean, even just like, well, I would say even just like kind of like learning and practicing and going over stuff yourself just to get that better understanding of the things and the more precise things. But also guidance is good. So it's something to think about. Yes, so I think I just worked on stuff and packed. So, and that's the thing, I had to keep packing and repacking because the plan kept changing, and it was like, I was gonna be gone for 4 days, and then I was gonna be gone for like 3 days. I might have only had to be gone for 2 days. So that was fun. And I realized my backpack, my travel, or my, flight bag, which is a giant backpack, fits in my suitcase, and I hated carrying a backpack around on my last travels. So I figured out I could stuff the backpack in the bag so that just in case I have to check my bag, I can check the suitcase and still have my flight bag with me. So, then the day that we were looking at potentially leaving, or that I was thinking of potentially leaving, wasn't looking good. So boss man texted and he's like, yeah, it's not looking good. And I was like, yeah, it's not looking good. I'm ready to go, but, and he's like, well, here's the thing. I'll keep getting stuff ready. So how about let's just leave it for the next day? And it was like, okay, let's do that. So then it was looking like I might not be able to leave until like noonish that day. That next day. But boss man's like, all right, I'll meet you at 8. I was like, okay, fine. So I go to meet boss man. And so I got there early, and he had his hangar key there the other times, or at least the other times. But it wasn't there, so I couldn't get in, and I couldn't get into Preflight in the hangar. And I was like, oh, well, that kind of sucks, but okay. So I was waiting. And then I had drank a little too much tea, so I start going to the FBO, driving to the FBO to go take care of that. And he comes in, and I was like, oh, gosh darn it. Well, I'm already on my way. So I go to do that. I come back, and he's not there. It's like, okay. So I go check the door. It's still locked. I text him. I'm like, well, where'd you go? All of a sudden, he taxis the plane over to the fuel pumps. I was like, dude, I still got a pre-flight and everything. But okay. So I go over. I go park, I go over, and I start working on Preflight, and he brings out this stuff. And he's like, so we have started adding this stuff to the fuel in the wings. So you just, whatever fuel you put in, just note whatever it is in each wing, and then you got to put it in, like, do the calculations and put this stuff in with this big old syringe. I was like, okay, alrighty, I'll do that. So that was new. And then he's like, oh, I forgot my card. You could just put it on your card and add it to the expenses. And I was like, okay. And then he leaves me to do Preflight and get packed and doing the things. So did that. And it did. It worked out fine because I was able to take off. I was able to get going, and yeah. Fairly uneventful for the first leg. got to my first stop, and yeah, was able to get fuel, and I realized he didn't pack a friggin' tow bar. I told him, I reminded him, tow bars, chocks, and tie downs, and he didn't put any of those. Anyway, oh, hang on. You tried your hand flying with an NDB the other day, and how was it? I want to do NDBs. I tried to get Instructor to show me, and he's like, I probably don't know how to. I mean, we don't have a plane that has NDB capability. So yes, how did it go? Charlie's good with NDB. Not to volunteer you. If you can buy a house first, then you can start to justify more on hobbies. Okay, fair. Hurry up and buy a house. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Get a hangar house. What was the stuff? I would have to check. Okay, so, and this is the thing. Maybe I misheard him. He said something about how those engines weren't made for lead. So, this stuff was gonna help with that. So I assumed, I guess it was for like the spark plug fouling stuff, but I don't know. And he said with the stuff, I wouldn't have to run it as hard. I don't know. Like I said, I just did what I was told. I can find that. I took a picture of it to look into a bit more. I can send that to you. Your route was KILM EWN RNWOCW. Are all the three of those? Are those all NDBs? Love NDBs. Yes, you do. You have a lot of them in the logbook, but not recently, which is sad. Make a point of it. Long, not road trip, I guess, but long cross country to go find one. Always look in the back for the tow bar, because if it's not there, then it's probably on the nose wheel. Ooh, yes. Well, he taxied it out, so I hope that he didn't leave it on the nose wheel. But yes, always the final walk around. Wow, DB's got your IR on G1000. Really need to try out the old-fashioned way. Definitely, yes. Go find a 6-pack, bare bones. Not really bare bones, but you know. I don't know why, like, I chose to fly over the airport. That just seems like a terrible idea, but here we are. Oh, we're gonna go over there. It's got a river. Fun, you flew to a VOR. Okay, VOR first to get range of the NDB. Got you. Need to do more of it to get better at it, but you got to your point. Excellent. Hey, that is awesome. If you use a G1000, you can practice NDB-ish stuff using, the RMI bearing pointers. Nice. I do. I want to get back into that stuff. The instrument stuff. So, yeah. We probably will do double I right away. Okay. So. Yes. So, made it to my first stop. And luckily, after I got my fuel, I was able to just push the plane backwards right onto a spot. I was backwards on the spot, but I was like, there's nobody else here, it's fine. So as I was getting that set and ready and about to go try and find the FBO, another plane comes in and they park to get fuel. And I'm wandering one direction to go see about the FBO. And of course, I have to say hello. And they say hello. And it's a guy and a girl. And the girl and I start chatting. And chatting and chatting and chatting and chatting. And we had a great time, a lot of stuff in common, talked about all of the things. CFI, she is a CFI around, I want to say 1,100 hours. And he is currently putting in his applications to the airlines. He is a mechanic and her mechanic. She owns a plane, a 150, and she instructs out of it. And yeah, we exchanged contact information, and they were ferrying. They were also on a ferry flight. Theirs was going a different direction, so their weather wasn't looking as good in that direction. So they ended up staying for the evening. But yeah, it was entirely unexpected, and like if the timing had been off in like any way, maybe we wouldn't have got like talked to each other. So yeah, so that was really fun. Yeah, we talked about buying airplanes, getting an airplane, stuff like that. So that was fun. And then so I made my next leg to a point, and then there was going to be weather, so I landed there for a night, got the airplane hangared, went to my hotel, and it was the hotel from hell. It looked like it okay, so first I should say I probably should have gone and gotten a different room, but I just did not have the energy for that. So I dealt with it. It seemed like it had not been cleaned. There was a muffin wrapper, like, in between the bedside table and the bed. The door lock was broken. There were just like, yeah, like things all over the place that were like, that should have been cleaned. But the main thing, there were ants. There were ants in the shower, around the shower, in the bathroom. I didn't notice how many there were until the next morning. But yeah, that wasn't fun. So yes, that live and learn. But so for Instructor, he likes Marriott's, so he had suggested doing starting to do the Marriott's. And I knew that was probably just really bad luck. But I'm probably going to get lots of points for it, so that'll be fun. But yeah, so at that point I was just like, oh God, I just want to get out of here as soon as possible the next day. So I didn't even do breakfast there because I didn't trust anything at that point. Okay. Ooh, with a waypoint or even a VOR? With the G1000 stuff. Well, you should get some rest so you can heal. Okay, sounds good. That is fair. Yes, you heal. Start making a friendship building plan, networking. Cause hey, even use that. Just be like, oh darn, I wish I could fly, but I am unfortunately injured. Would you like to take me? But only say that part with your eyes. But yes, sleep well, heal well. Good night, good night. Have a great day tomorrow. Have a great weekend. Again, probably going to do Monday instead of Tuesday. So, yeah. Yes, good to see you. Hope to see you again soon. A big note for you. You're picky about hotel rooms. Like, okay. I'm not too much. I definitely should have been there. No, Bugs is a big note. I know. But I did. I wasn't expecting that at all, and I just didn't want to deal with it. And so I didn't deal with it, and yeah, so yeah. Next time. Hopefully there's not a next time. My next hotel was better. So yes. Need to bring that to the attention of the front desk. Ugh. Again, I didn't want to deal. I should have, but I know. I'll do better next time. At least it's an upgrade from being almost stuck sleeping in the cockpit because I can't get a ride from the airfield. I'm thinking. Maybe a one to bet. Yes. Maybe. I guess maybe. May I ask what brand hotel it was? So it was the Marriott. It was the Fairfield. And like I said, my friend Instructor is all about the Marriott. So I assumed that was not a typical situation. So no, not mean picky. I wasn't assuming that at all. Just spend more on hotels than you should to ensure you get a clean, bug-free room. Right. And like I try not to spend too much of boss man's money. But yes, the definitely hotel, at least like safety for one. But then yeah, that'll definitely be another. Reminds you of camping at AirVenture last year. You must have been on the manual. No, because ants were everywhere. No. I'm trying to think. Oh. That wouldn't be fun. Again, they weren't around near the bed at all. It was just in the bathroom, so I just had to like not step on them or something. But yeah. Having to sleep among them would probably be, oh god. Allow yourself that indulgence because mostly you don't want to bring hitchhikers home. I had that thought too, and I'm like just hoping. Like I don't think I did. I don't think I did. But that was the thing. It's like if there's ants in the bathroom. Oh god. But yes, I absolutely understand that. Oh god. I made a terrible mistake. Think of it as camping in the plane as if you flew into an air show. Yes, absolutely. Honestly, if they allow that stuff front desk, probably wouldn't do anything. And that was like, I don't know, like I could have been wrong, but like it was I don't know. I just almost like had a sense that I wasn't sure it would get much better, but I don't know. You got single row parking though, so that was nice. Okay, nice. All right. You do a bed bug check every hotel you go to. Your family has to stand out in the hall with all this stuff. I should probably look into that as well. Oh god, I will. Okay. There was some sort of a lump underneath the sheets at the bottom of the bed that I did not want to investigate because I did not want to like pull things out at that point. I didn't want to know what it was. I just like scooched over. I'm not sure I want to think about it anymore. I did. I was not prepared to deal with that, and so I just didn't want to deal with it. That was my mindset. Better next time. Again, not like super neurotic about bugs in general, but you don't like house bugs, especially ones that come from somewhere else. Right. Yes. No, I'm not judging you at all. There's no reason to. That's perfectly valid, and I would say a good way of thinking. So yes. So yes. So then I wake up. So I wake up the next morning. Didn't sleep very well. I had like dreams about the hotel. So that was fun. I wake up and I found out on the way down, boss man is like, hey, so I would like if you're available to stay through the day to do some flying. And I was like, okay, so is this part of your thing? Or is it just... Okay, so it's a pipeline thing, but it's a little bit of a niche thing, so I don't want to give away too much information, because I don't want it to be doxing. So it was going to be a little bit of pipeline flying. Sort of. And so he was doing a demonstration to some customers, and it was like big demonstration sort of thing for him. And so I was like, okay, so is it part of the demonstration? Like, am I going to have to be presentable? Because I didn't entirely pack for this. But he's like, yes, it's going to be part of the demonstration. And I was like, all right, I will be presentable. I will be there and I will be presentable. And then I was like, okay, so here's the thing. My airline ticket is for that morning, so I have to switch it to probably the next day. And I only packed 3 outfits. And only one of my outfits is a nice outfit, which is what I would wear for the demonstration. I also didn't pack my good makeup. I only packed my not my okay makeup, but my sort of everyday makeup. I know it's like, it's whatever things, but it's a thing that is thought about. So it was going to be fine. My everyday makeup was fine. Put some mascara on. It's going to be good. So I wake up the next morning and I'm getting ready and I realize I forgot my freaking everyday makeup at home. So I have no makeup. No, I have no makeup. So I was like, how? Why? Come on. So I look and I realize there is a cosmetic store down where I'm going, so I just plan on picking some up there. Until then, I am barefaced and deathly looking, but you know what? Deal with it. All right. So I get back, I get the plane out, and we go. I had a lot of fun conversations with people there as well. And then flew kind of, there looked like there was going to be some marginal, like an arm of marginal weather potentially that I wanted to avoid. So I flew like kind of in a not quite direct direction. And boss man texts me and he's like, just confirming you're going to this place, right? Because we had switched it to somewhere else and then back again. Hello. Chill. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? What were you doing? Welcome. Well, so what we're doing now is we have finished our MockISH Checkride, MockISH CFI Checkride, and now I had a bunch of IRL experiences this week that we are currently going over while just flying. So that's where you're coming in on. So it's a lot of babbling and pretty views. So yes, how are you? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you being here. Always good to see you. And yes, welcome. You're just being super vulnerable about an ism of yours. You're triggered. Oh no. No, I think it's perfectly freaking valid. It's like, I like bugs in general, just like not, they can just like not be on me though, you know? Hello. Thank you for the follow, Grim Games Live. Appreciate you being here. Women gotta learn they look permanently beautiful. Okay, so like everybody was just as nice. They were just as nice without my makeup as they were with my makeup. So I get that, but at the same time, it's a thing. I appreciate that, but still. But again, it's like again, for the demonstration thing, like I have to be a presentable, professional looking person. So, and part of that for me is doing the arch. So you don't go as far as a black light, but you have considered it. See, like I feel like that's just asking for trouble, cause like then you know, and then it's there's always gonna be something. Yes, raid, Maze raid. Prepare to be interrogated, raiders. Yes, tell me all the things. You were well. You were flying, around the Caribbean, doing the warbird thing. Oh, that sounds fun. It sounds, I assume, wonderful sights as well. And warbirds sound super exciting. So it was fun. Anything go wrong? Everything go right? Or anything go particularly right? That is, oh, that sounds, it sounds super chill. But yes. So, oh, sorry, 1 second. Okay. So, yes. So yes, so that was the plan. Got the first leg done, and then on that first leg, so again, last I had heard was I needed to get the plane there by the morning of the demo day. And he texts me on that first leg on that second day, on that first leg of that second day of flying. And he's like, I would like you to have the plane there by 7 p.m. because that's when we're going to get there. And I was like, okay, can you like tell me these things beforehand? Communication. I need to know these things. It's like I can clearly wing it, but I would prefer not to. But anyway, that's its own thing. But it's like it's gonna be there ahead of time anyway, so fine. So yeah, so that was a thing. So then I'm flying. It's a little bumpy, so I climb up a bit higher. Go over some Charlie airspace, and that was fun. And then talk to the ATC, or, well, basically just the hello and the goodbye. And then, getting there, and I realize, like, I'm going to have to, based on the METAR's tasks, I'm gonna have to descend. I'm gonna have to descend as I'm getting closer. So that, where am I? Okay, yeah. Descend as I'm getting closer because there's like a scattered layer at a certain level, and I don't want to have to be picking my way down through them. I'd rather just shoot underneath them. And I start descending because I start to see the little puffy clouds being scattery, right? And so I start descending, and as I start descending, all of a sudden, like, I look out kind of the window, and I notice I'm in, like, it looked, how do I put this without it sounding bad? It looked like a very, very thin layer with the puffy clouds in it as well. And I was like, what the? It is not supposed to be. It turns out it was just haze, but it was so weird, like coming down into it like that. And then I did. I was so nervous that I was gonna get iced up and stuff, but no, it was just haze, and that was totally fun. And then it was bumpy for like the last half hour of the flight. It was like, oh, excellent. So yeah, so that was awesome. Landed, and that was one of those things where, like, visibility, I like flying when it's like this. You can see all the way. But like it gave me a better idea of like how visibility is, like you're in a little circle and your circle moves as you move, right? So yeah, so that was interesting. That was different. To your favorite non-instructing instructor, can't stay long. We had to drop in and say hi. Sounds good. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Happy that you dropped in. And yes, non-instructor. See below. But yes, for however short a time, happy to have you here. Did you find Jack Sparrow and Elizabeth Swann on their island? Inversion. That's what I thought. Oh, and that was one of those things where it's like it put it into perspective. Good question. Oh gosh, good question for the crowd. What kind of weather products can you use to determine where a haze layer might be? Yes, question for the non-class. Write your answers. Put them in. I'll continue babbling while you do. Okay. I have a thought, but I'm curious to see what you guys say. Okay, so I land, and I have some more fun, chatting with more people there, get a hangar, get it fueled up. Oh, and again, it was at, so I did Towered Airport so I could get a hangar and be sure that there would be maintenance there when I needed it. And so some of them were full service, right? So they would do the fuel for me. But then I had to ask, I had to be like, hey, I just got to make sure I know how much fuel goes in each wing, because then I have to pump this stuff into it. And then I had to like ask to borrow their ladder and be weird about it. So that was fun. But yeah, that was a thing. Yes. Oh, okay. So then we went, I went to the rental place, the car rental place, to go get me a car for the next day and probably the next day. And getting my rental car, and the guy's like, what kind of car do you need? I was like, I don't really care. And he's like, all right. So I got one. It's kind of sporty, but I'll give you the other rate so that it's not as cheap. So it was. He had like one, and so it had to be like that. So it was like, oh, okay, awesome, great. So then I had to go and try and change my ticket, and I thought I could do that at the counter. And it was a whole big thing, and if I were to try to change my ticket, it'd be like a $900 difference. And it was like, no, I got a fully refundable ticket. Yeah, because I went through Expedia, so I had to do it through Expedia. So I go on the app, and I click the thing to cancel it, and it's like, oh, can't do that. I click it again. Oh, can't do that. Call. So I called, and they did the robot thing. Try to cancel it. Can't do it. Try to cancel it. Can't do it. Oh, my God. So then I have to talk to somebody. I'm talking to him. I buy the ticket for the next day first, for the morning. So that I knew that I had that. And then I would cancel the other one. So I got that ticket, talked to the guy, and he gets that canceled. Excellent. It is eating into my time that I have to go and buy makeup and get food and settle in so that I can go wake up again, go to sleep, wake up again, fly the next day. Doing I don't know what. So I'm running out of, it's, again, eating into my time. So I finish that up, and I go out to get my car. When he said sporty, I did not know quite what that meant. So it was apparently a Mazda Miata. It was this tiny thing, 2-seater. It had what I found out. As always, I must text friend Instructor and have him help me through these things. He thought it was funny, so that was good. But yes, so like there was the park, the P, the R, the N, and the D, right? But then there was an M next to the D. So I was like, oh God, is it a manual? I can't drive a manual. Turns out it was not. And then there's a big old lever here that I didn't know what that was. And turns out that's the emergency brake. Don't use that. And it was like 2 inches off the ground. So I'm like sardining myself in this car, but it was a lot of fun once I got a bit more over the fear of it. Anyway, sorry. Oh. Binoculars, potentially. And you're talking about the depth. Depth of the layer, not just the presence of it. Okay, so for me, I mean, METARs, for one. Other than that, like, my one thing before you said that, I don't know, I guess I would have done, like, winds aloft and then, like, seen if it would be, like, the stable air, potentially. But I don't. I would, like, what I would love to know what sort of products you can actually use. And maybe I know and I just haven't put it together. Aviationweather.gov. So much arm movement all of a sudden. I know, I'm sorry. I'm very gesticulative. Good question. When you don't have a clue to the answer, super curious to the answer. Same. Expedia, save money as long as you don't need to change anything. I haven't had issues with it before. I don't know. I think it was just a certain moment. I don't know. So, yeah, it did. It ended up being fine. Can see a general reduction in visibility using surface observations, but determining the depth and intensity, use the SKUT log P chart. All right, I will have to look into that some more then. SKUT log P. Those have their own site as well, correct? So yes, so yeah, so then my car is a new thing. So then I have to, like, the makeup thing is this whole thing where there was the store where I thought I could get it, but then it turns out it's inside another store, but apparently that store closed early that day for some reason, I don't know, and everything else was closing too. So I find one store where it wasn't quite my makeup, so it was going to be questionable. Don't know if it's going to be my color, don't know how it's going to look, don't know what it's going to do to my face, but at this point I just need to get food, go back to my hotel room, go to sleep. So it was like, all right, we're doing this, it's happening, oh god. All right, so get back to my hotel room, eventually, and I missed a text from boss man, like, hey, you want to grab dinner with my business partner and I so that we can go over stuff? And yeah, and I was like, that was like an hour before, and I was like, oh, whoops. I was trying to get some things settled. Hope it was tasty. And what time are we meeting? Okay, we're meeting at 8 a.m. And yeah, all that stuff. And then he ends up calling me about when I'm supposed to be going to bed to go over some stuff. And he's like, yeah, this is like the biggest day for us. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm gonna have this terrible makeup potentially. I'm not gonna be presentable and professional. And again, I still don't know what I'm doing. I have not been told anything. And yet I have to be helpful and successful or adequate for this big day for them. Okay. We're just gonna do it. So yeah, so go to bed, get back up. Oh, I did. I tested the makeup. It was not my freaking color at all. But luckily, sorry, it's gonna get a little. Luckily, I had two different products. The one was the base, totally not my color. The other one had a darker color for the bronzing, for the shading, right? And then a lighter color for the highlights. So I just put the lighter color all over the base color, and that kind of evened it out. So it actually didn't end up looking that bad. It wasn't as good as my usual stuff, but it worked out, thankfully. Anyway, all right, done with that talk. So get up the next day, get ready. I go to meet them, and it's like, oh, actually, let's meet at 7:45 so we can go over some stuff. Perfect, let's do that. I get there, and he's like, oh, we're caught with customers in the hotel, so we're gonna be late. And I was like, okay, can I go to Preflight? He's like, yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go do that. And they had all the stuff set up. So I still didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't sure what seat I was going to be in. I didn't know where I was doing my stuff. So I was going to head back in after I got everything taken care of. I got the windshield cleaned. So it was nice and pretty. And then, yeah, got all that taken care of, so it was good to go. And I was gonna go back in, and then all of a sudden I see a group of people coming over, and I was like, oh God, it's happening. So they do, they come over, and it's like introductions, it's like, hello. And then they're talking about the stuff, and they're going over the stuff, and I'm just sitting there like, yes, I have no idea what's going on, but acting like I do, you know. Okay. Wait, I can't drive a manual. I know. You prefer them, but can't ever find them. I've never had an opportunity to. So I would like to, just in case, again, that ever happens, so that I am capable. But yeah. You've been running through those every stream lately, and I haven't been able to catch your streams lately because of all of this stuff. But okay, that sounds good. Hopefully tomorrow. Yes, there are a few places to get them. Oh God, what was that for? I'm sorry. It was closed for the flu. The store? Sorry, I'm confused. Operates a vehicle that can go hundreds of miles an hour. Gets intimidated by a car. Okay, also though, like, the streets were not normal. They were weird and confusing. And you're, like, near people. I know how to fly a plane. You're so, like, being in a car, you're so near other people and cars and things and stuff. But yes, I do see the, yeah, that. You gotta call it a night. Sounds good. Have a great rest of the stream and good luck in training. Thank you. We should, yes, we're gonna be done soon. We're almost done with the story time. But yes, it was good to see you. Good luck with stuff. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. Again, probably going to be doing Monday rather than Tuesday. So yes, and thank you. Definitely need the luck. And yeah, so, yeah, good night, and until next time, all the good things. So yes, so they were talking about stuff, and I was just like nodding along, and then they started going over what the plan was, and so they just had like locations of all the different little places that they wanted us to be going over and checking. And so we were just supposed to get as many of those as we could, in like a certain amount of in like the time frame that we had. And so yeah, so that was that. And so Boss Man was going to be flying right seat and working the device, and then I was going to be left seat. And we were just kind of going to be like swapping as we went. So customers left, we got in the plane, started getting our stuff together, and then it was him doing his stuff and I was doing the takeoff and all that. So getting all the things together, doing the run up, call up ground, and well, got the weather and the NOTAMs, and one of the runways is closed. Okay, sounds good. And get the thing from ground, and they're like, yeah, go to the runway that's closed. And it was like, okay, so that's the instruction. And then I asked Boss Man, I was like, well, but didn't the thing say it was closed? And he kind of goes, oh, well, you're on your own, and goes back to his stuff. So I mean, I start taxiing on the non-movement area, and then I call up ground again, and I'm like, so confirming the closed runway. And he's like, yes. And like he did. He seemed a little grumpy. And then as we were taking off and stuff, he was like grumpy with other people too. So it was like, that's nice. But it was fine. Did the thing, took off, and again, pipeline stuff. We were about 600 feet off the ground at all times. So we take off, we level off at that point, and we start heading over to the controlled leak area. So they made a controlled leak. We're gonna turn around. They did a controlled leak, and we were supposed to like that was supposed to be kind of, I don't know, the threshold or something. But as we're flying, all of a sudden a drone comes right up in front of us and over. And it was like, what the words? And then Grumpy Controller comes on, and he kind of like yells at us about like, there's a little gray circle. We know it's there. But he's like, yeah, there's things, and there's things there. But it's like, well, but it's not like we can't be there. We just need to be aware. But boss man's like, no, we'll just go. So, okay. So we do. We're going to the points and either circling or just flying over, and he was working the device and stuff and making sure we're scanning, looking for towers, dodging birds. I'm kidding, not dodging birds, but like, yeah, it's like, oh, there's birds over there, there's towers over there. About like 2.5 hours in, and it was super freaking cool being like that low to the ground and doing the stuff, and he has a lot of hours, so like he was very in control of the aircraft. So then about 2.5 hours in, it's like, okay, we're gonna quick take a break, drop off at this non-towered airport, drop off at the non-towered airport, and he's like, all right, let's go there. So hands me the controls. It's like, oh god, okay. So, oh, and he used my iPad, because apparently his does weird things. So he just like, I asked about it. I had to be the one to ask about it, and he's like, oh, I was just kind of like hoping and assuming that we could use your iPad. And I was like, I mean, yes, but also, can you let me know these things just in case? But it was fine. It worked out. So he had the iPad over by him. I didn't have my phone on me, so all I had was looking out the window. And it was like, I felt so so empty without anything to like look at and check. But it was okay. So then handed my iPad back to me so that I could make the landing. I did not quite expect the runway, so I did end up having to do a go around, and it was like, oh god, that's so embarrassing in front of boss man, but at the same time it's like, have to do what you have to do. So then came in for a landing, took our little break, took back off again, flew for another maybe 2 hours. And I do want to say I had some like spectacular turns around a point, I will say. I was very proud of those. So yeah, so that was that. And we weren't getting all of like the little technology that they had in there was interesting, and we didn't get like the spikes that I was kind of expecting that they were gonna get. But it did turn out, he texted me later and he's like, they did actually detect a couple of leaks, small leaks, but good enough for the customers, so it was a success. Yay! So yeah, so that was new, that was different. And then I was done by like the afternoon, and my flight was the next day, so I got to relax. In before 74 gear gets a hold of that controller's radio traffic. Maybe. Gears and clutches in transition, scary stuff. I know. It's funny to folks your age that you can't drive a manual, but it's not an easy thing to pick up. You learned in a truck that had 3 on the tree. Oh, but wasn't difficult because you also learned on motorcycles before. Okay, fair. So yeah, like, I would definitely like to have the experience, but that is, it's good to have started with that, and to have, yeah, like the motorcycles as well, that, all sorts of different and varied experience to be able to pull from. Hello, Max Thrust, thank you for the raid. How is it going? How is your stream? Welcome. What were you doing? So what you're coming in on, we have finished our MockISH CFI Checkride, and now I'm babbling about the week because I had some IRL stuff. We just finished talking about my first pipeline flying experience. So yes. You drove a stick for 10 years. You loved it at the time, but you don't miss it. Oh, that's okay. That's fair. That is fair. Okay. This is cool. Hello. Thank you. I'm glad. I hope so. I like following the water when we do these nice scenic flights, because then I can just, yes, I have something to kind of focus on, but then also be able to, yes, gesticulate wildly. Welcome. How are you? Hello, doing good. Flew the FBW A320 from DEN to BZN. Nice. How did it go? And why did you decide to do that plane, that flight? So yes, so I did. I had the day off. I was totally going to study, and I decided to just not do that. I think I took a nap, and then I went and got me a little nice dinner and some wine. And I did. It was really nice. And then I had to go take the plane in the morning, and I was so it was a smaller airport, so I didn't need to get there as early. And so I got there a little bit less early than I almost should have, but it worked out fine. I dropped the keys off of the car, and I was working on like the little paper thing, and a lady comes over, and I was like, am I doing this right? And she's like, I can just do it for you. So I was like, oh, thank you. And then she's like, I hand her the keys, and she's like, so was it fun? And I was like, it was so fun. And she's like, I know. I asked my manager or something when we got it, and I was like, this is ours? And I was like, yes. Oh yeah, it was cool. So then I went to go through the TSA stuff, and I have again my backpack inside my suitcase, and the TSA guy goes, yeah, so he like lifts it up, and he's like, what do you got in here? And I was like, a backpack. So I get through the line, and they have to look at something. There's something on the scanner that came up. It turns out it was a 3-ounce bottle of lotion. It was my moisturizer. It turns out it looked like something. It said explosive on the screen. It wasn't. But yeah, that was fun. And then I was like about 10 minutes early for boarding, so that was cutting it close. Your first time ever watching something like this? Well, welcome. So, can I ask how you found it then? Like, what did you put in? Because yes, so hello, welcome. For anyone who doesn't know, I am a pilot in real life, commercial, not airline. Currently working on my instructor certificate. So we did so disclaimer below. This is not instruction. Seek elsewhere for I can't remember what it all says, but actual wisdom and knowledge as well as competence. So we did I have an exam coming up to get my instructor certificate, and so we did a sort of practice one of that, and now again I had a bunch of in real life experiences this week, so we're just kind of going over those quick. So yeah, so welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Never be embarrassed about a go-around. Yes, ultimate power move. USPIC are the ultimate decision maker, and doing a go-around is the best way to demonstrate that you choose safety over ego. And that is, like, I mentioned something like that to our instructor, and he said the same thing, and that he was proud of me for doing it, and I was like, thank you. That does. It makes me feel better. But, like, it was like I was so nervous, like, flying with Boss Man and not knowing what the words I can't say because I'm a lady, what I was doing. But, yeah, it was good. Nice flight. Well, okay, nice. So, you just flew that flight in real life last week. Excellent. Okay, the FAW is a well-done aircraft for MSVS. You fly the A320 IRL, so it's always fun to see how well the sim versions stack up to the real thing. All right, here come the questions. If you would like to share, can I ask about your journey? How'd you get started? What was your training like and all that? But that's super cool. And yeah, to be able to translate that, to know how it goes in real life, and then like to see the scenery even too, like you said, the plane, but also how everything looks as well. So that's so cool. Was it a base Miata, or was it a racing style one with a spoiler? I don't think it had a spoiler, no. But like it had like the little, like, again, the M and the D, like the M next to the drive, apparently that's like the sport mode or something, and I was like, no, so yeah, but no, it was probably the base. You were on Instagram, saw real, thought it was cool, looked so real, and then you search on YouTube, found they have live videos, and found me. Very cool. Oh, I love that. Yeah, there's a lot of fun aviation stuff on Instagram. I've enjoyed looking at all that. And then doing this is always fun. We do this every week, getting my practice in, and it's fun. It's fun interacting with people new to aviation, people who've been in aviation for years, and yeah, it is. It's a lot of fun. It's a great group of people too, so you're in good company. There's the interrogation. That's right. Yes, there is. So then yes. So I got on the plane, and I was very close to like the end of boarding, and they were saying, "Oh, you gotta bring your roller bags over here or whatever." But I was right on the cutoff, and there wasn't any room for my little roller bag up in the top, and I was like, I refuse to check this bag, even though I planned for that to be a thing. So I kind of stuffed it under my seat, or under the seat in front of me, you know, in that little area. And it did stick out a little bit, but I was like, nobody called me on it. And so I just did that, and yeah, it worked out. And then got my connecting flight and got home. Yeah, and I think yeah, that's pretty much it, I think. I mean, of course there was like more. I had to get back to the airport where I took off from, get my car, but that was chill. So yeah, that's yeah. Oh God, we have to turn around. Now you're about to see the worst flying. I promise, again, another disclaimer, I fly better in an actual plane. But right now, we don't care. Whoop. All right, booking it. Okay. Yeah, so that was a lot. That was a lot in a week, and in like just even packed into just those few days. So yeah, anyway. Your dad taught you through, that's so cool, through your commercial and instrument, and then you went to college, got your CFI, II, and MEI, and went straight from instructing to the airlines. That is so freaking cool. To be honest, I'm trying to think. I'm not sure I've had somebody who had like a family member that actually was like the primary instructor. So that's got to be a lot of great memories. And then is that where you originally wanted to go, was airlines? Did you have any like fun, memorable jobs other than instructing, or any memorable moments from instructing, or anything else? So we chill and fly. Why, this looks so relaxing. It is relaxing. Sorry, except when I'm yelling about things. But yes, it is. Typically it is. But yeah, it is. It is fun. Again, usually I'm doing practice training, so it's a little more maneuvering and a lot more in the cockpit. But other than that, yeah, it's just kind of like this. And it is. It's so fun, and it's fun seeing the scenery. It's fun hanging out with good people. So yeah, you're getting closer to nailing down an A&P course, by the way. Excellent. How close? Flight sim's the best place to get your aerobatic practice in. Exactly. If you haven't crashed a plane in the sim, you haven't fully flown a sim. I have crashed plenty of times, even when I was trying not to. And this was like 2 weeks ago. Should we land with a tailwind to be extra awful? Let's try it. We're just gonna do a straight in. Again. We're not doing normal procedures right now. We are getting on the ground. Got it narrowed down to 2 different schools. All right, so pros, cons. Yeah, your dad was airline, so that's what you wanted to do too. Okay, had good times together. You were able to fly together at the airline too before you retired. That is, oh my God. See, this is my favorite thing. about the sim and aviation, all the different journeys. I do. I say this a lot. That is so awesome. So we're... how were you able to... The interrogation, I know, yes. You are subjected to it. That's just what you get. Again, you never have to answer anything. You might make me sad. No, absolutely not. I won't. I ask a lot of questions, but I am also a private person, so I absolutely understand if anyone doesn't want to answer anything that I ask. So yes. So how are you able to, like... because I don't entirely know how all the airline stuff works and the scheduling and all of that stuff. So was it just, you could just say like, hey, I would like to fly with my dad, and they're just like, oh, that sounds wonderful, and then you can? Or it's so cool. You just crashed a 747 last week trying to fly it under the Golden Gate Bridge. That's an excellent one. I love it. Oops. That is commitment to the chaos. Gotta hit the case. Gotta hit the hay. Sounds good. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Yes, should be able to. I'm so freaking excited. Yes. Everybody check out Charlie Foxtrot. Charlie Foxtrot streaming tomorrow. He's excellent and wonderful and wise and fun. Yes, have a great, sleep well, have a great day. And yes. See you tomorrow. Hiring changes, I hope not, but yes, should be. Ask you anything. Okay, so you don't have a background in aviation. It was just on Instagram and you decided to check it out. So, would you consider Discovery Flight? Or what are your interests? You need to be watching my stream when I non-instruct on aerobatic maneuvers. We've done some of those, and it almost worked sometimes. Have you been around for my track art streams? Because those ones are interesting as well. One A&P place has a flight school too, but it's a lot further away. The other is a lot closer, but has no flight school, so you'd have to start over at a new place for flight school. See, I would almost say that might be an asset. Because I had my home airport, and then I had to do another flight school somewhere else for my instrument. Oh, I almost want to go just straight in there, but whatever. No, we're gonna do the long runway. And then I had to do hello. Oh, thank you for the follow, Max Thrust. I appreciate you being here. And apologies for all the things. I think I'm starting to lose my voice for one. My flying is terrible. I would say I'm usually better. I'm usually better than this. Not too much better in the sim, but in real life I am better. I promise. But yes, all the shenanigans. Appreciate you putting up with. But yes, so I did. I had my home airport, had to switch to another one for part of instrument and a little bit into commercial, and then commercial, and now I'm at a completely different place. So having all of those contacts and possibilities for things is a good thing, potentially. But I mean, I think whichever one is gonna work out, and it's gonna be good. He was captain on the 727 and you were a first officer. Pretty close seniority wise in your respective seats, so you could bid trips together. Oh, okay, the bidding thing, right? Excellent. Oh, that's so cool. So did you guys get to like say stuff to the passengers and be like, hey, look at how cool we are? Or was that like not a thing? Because I feel like that would be cute. Oh yeah, we're doing stuff. Landing. Sorry. Again, I promise. I don't do these things. Oh, we could have done it like a no flap landing and stuff. We have the air. Oh, slip. I'm really bad at slipping in the sim. Oh god, hang on. Oh, also, don't slip when you have power in. Getting on center line. Glide to the runway. Get on that freaking... I lean to the friggin' left. And I'm not supposed to. Oh, yes. The capability is even worse than usual. But we made it. Yay. You have no experience in flying. You only... Oops. Been in a plane twice and once was... with your probation officer to take you to a group home. Oh, okay. Well, okay. So... It is a fun community, so if you would be interested in checking it out, I don't know, I do. I always end up I'm very enthusiastic, so I like to try to hang on. I should have gone there and then gone the other way, but whatever. Because that taxiway is technically closed. Oops. So it was actually, sorry. I get enthusiastic and I like to share because it's been such an, this is not how you taxi. It's okay that we're in the grass. My home airport is grass, so we're acting in a normal fashion. Of course. Oh god. No. Break. Yeah, it is. It's like, I feel like it's something, I may be biased. It's something that everybody should try at least once. And if you just wander over to an airport, chat up some people. Oh, sorry, we're gonna quick do our shutdown. So pretending we're back on Checkride doing the shutdown. So we're turning off all of our electronics first. Excellent, amazing. Turn those off, mixture comes out. Cut it. Bring key, boom! Put it in the logbook. Continue. This thing. That. Oops. There. Control the space. Back inside. Boom. And, oops. Boom. Final walk around. La la da 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 da. Blah da 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 da. Okay. Good. Oops. Amazing. Main menu. Continue. Sorry, I have no idea where I was. Oh god. You feel the need for aerobatics. Or in this moment, the need to play for you when I am here. I know. I went longer than I wanted to. Again, as per freaking usual. But yes, sorry, we're getting to it. If you need to go, that's okay. You just about made the 747 under the Golden Gate Bridge, but your tail flipped it. Enjoy paying for them lights. I just barreled through. Virtual lights don't have to be paid for. Also, they shouldn't put them there. Although I guess the ones that I went over were in the grass where they were supposed to be. But they can just replace them with the ones that aren't where they're supposed to be. So, yeah. It's okay that we're in the grass. You smoke that stuff. Tommy Chong. Perfect. That sounds good. I was talking about Discovery flights. Yes. It is. It's just seeing the world from a different perspective, and it's an exhilarating sort of a thing. So it is. It's a wonderful experience, and sometimes you can, if you just, there are opportunities to be able to go, and you might be able to get a free flight or get like a cheaper flight that you can just have that little taste of it. And yeah, just again, at least just that little once. So yeah, LittleNavMap. Boom. I need to put it up for you guys. Okay, so first we just did our honestly, I have no idea. We probably went this way. Oh, and then also I'm not going to be able to see chat for a little bit. We're going to put our checklist up for Checkride. Oh my god, why can I never find... Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. Shoot, can you see that? I can't tell if you can see that. Hang on. So we did our... Yes, you can. Perfect. So did our normal crosswind takeoff, and then we did our clearing turns, and then we did our level turns. Honestly, I don't even want to try to detangle this mess, but eventually we got to over here, I think. So, we did... We're just gonna go through it. Did we do our soft field takeoff? Yes, we did. Normal? Yes, we did. Soft field and short field landings? Yes, we did. Level turns? Yes, we did. Steep turns and shundels. Steep turn here, shundels here. Not sure what this is. Eights on pylons and turns around a point. We're right here. So here are here's our eights. Our 8. It's not horrible. It's not the best, but it's not horrible. Here's our turn around a point. It looks like an egg. That's terrible. I did feel myself getting too far out this way, and then, yeah, not getting over enough this way. I think I had bad half-mile references. They weren't actually half miles. And again, I was also, after I do the 8s on pylons and then try to do the turns around a point, I try to do the turns around a point like the 8s on pylons. So instead of doing the bank, like I'm trying to hold my bank steady rather than adjusting it for the wind. But yeah, that's... I can usually do turns around a point. We did our power on stall. We did our accelerated stall. We did our basic instrument maneuvers, constant airspeed descents. We did our emergency operations, post-flight procedures. Boom, check, check, checky, check, check. So, yeah, that was, yeah, whatever all these things were. And then we went up and down here, chatting about stuff, came back in for a landing, and parked in our spot. What? Oh, yeah, so that was when I forgot we were supposed to do stuff. So, went into the grass there, not so bad, so. There's some, this runway is longer than this. So they're wrong about this part. So, yeah, so that was that. Yay, we'll find somebody to raid. Boom. Hang on. That can go off. That can go off. That can go off. Okay. I'm absolutely losing my voice. I'm sorry. Oops. No. Okay. Let me check the things. All right. I got where we're going. Let me get it set up. While I'm getting it set up, we'll go over the things. I should probably make sure that he's still continuing. But yes, so okay. Sounds like he is keeping on going. So okay. So thank you. Hang on, let me go over things. I will try not to miss anything. Okay. Thank you for the raids, Chill Maze and Max Thrust. I appreciate it so much. Thank you to all the raiders. Welcome in. And yeah, all the good things. Again, Charlie Foxtrot. Well, check them out. Check out Charlie Foxtrot. And yeah. To whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Putting up with me and my shenanigans. So we usually do the thing. Sorry, hang on. We usually fly on Tuesdays. I wasn't able to this week, and we're probably going to do Monday next week. So, I will also put in there. I will let you know. So probably Monday, barring changes, I'll let you know in the Discord. So, yeah. We have fun stuff in there as well. Your time to hit the sack sounds good. Sorry you missed so much of the stream. No worries tonight. Your streams always seem so much fun and instructional and non-instructing kind of way. All right. I got ahead of you. Sorry about that. Yes, and no worries. You got stuff to do. Always happy to see you. But of course we can't hog you, even if we wanted to, which we do. But yes, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And yes, sleep well. I do. I apologize. It did go longer than I wanted it to as well, but stuff happens. So yes, hope to see you again soon. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. Thanks for the broadcast. Thank you for being here. Best wishes on everyone's day. May the force be with everyone. Yes. Can raid news? Oh, sorry. I do. I have somebody I haven't raided in a while, so figured I'd send him some love. I'll keep that in mind for next time then. But yes, thank you for giving me people, because I like to know that they're gonna be good for you guys. So thanks for the stream. Thank you. See y'all around the traffic pattern. Sounds good. Thank you for sharing your story. That's awesome. And I hope your flying goes well, or continues to go well, I guess. So yes, very nice to meet you. And yes, hello and thank you. So yes, I think yeah, all right, I think we're good. So, did the things. Sorry, brain was mush from the beginning, so just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. If I'm forgetting anything, I'm sorry. Yes, brain has been mush, and will continue to be, has gotten worse. So anyway, yeah. So, hope to see you again soon. Have a great whatever it's gonna be for you. Hope to see you again soon. Until next time, bye, Honeypedia. Yes. Fount of useless facts and questionable knowledge. Good to see you. Delirium. Yes, put that on a t-shirt. So yes, have fun in the raid. Until next time, thank you again so much. I appreciate it. I really do. And yeah, all the good things. So thank you so much, and bye.